All right, dude, can I speak? I've heard you spoken. Can I
Oh,
address
go
that illiterate?
Yeah, yeah. That's too.
go ahead, Stu.
Peace.
Let me address that illiterate young lady. Because, first thing, it is unfortunate that when you look at a black immigrant, you tend to group all immigrants in the same basket. Just like how people tend to group all Hispanics in the same basket. It's not all Hispanic is the same Hispanic. It's not all black immigrants are the same immigrant. You have immigrants from Africa, you have immigrants from the Caribbean, you have immigrants from South America, you have immigrants from all over the world who happens to be black.
Yeah.
No, this young lady is Haitian. And unfortunately, something that has happened in Miami over the last 30 years is that the zeitgeist has changed. There has been a fundamental shift that the first generation that comes into this country who pull themselves, open and close quotation, by the bootstrap and now lives in houses that value 500,000 and have their children now become me Negroes instead of we Negroes. If we go back in time and we look at a situation like the Harlem Renaissance, and unbiased knows about the Harlem Renaissance. The Harlem Renaissance was in the 20s when black people from all over America and all over the world came to Harlem and made a fundamental change. They developed an attitude of how black people shall move going forward. Now, these black people that you see, these Haitians, they don't speak for everybody. They speak for themselves. What you're having now is a red pill argument in the black community, something similar to a red pill argument, where successful black people want to ingratiate themselves closer to white level of thinking. They're not thinking black anymore. It's not a matter of us versus them. It's not a matter of me and we. It's a matter of me. She's a me Negro. And you cannot use a me Negro to determine the outlook of every Negro that you see. Because we never normally operate like that. She's a me Negro. And you have me Negroes in ADOS and FBA too. You have me Negroes. That's the 2024 is the rise of the me Negro. Of I pulled myself up by the bootstrap Negro.
I didn't say
But
that Puerto
hold on. Where do you find the me Negro in the FBA's
I didn't
Stupid?
say that
Name one that you
Puerto
know.
You know,
Tariq
awful.
Nasheed is a me.
Okay, my computer's okay. I give
Where,
it tabs.
where's Tariq Nasheed a me Negro?
Because Tariq Nasheed program is about Tariq Nasheed. And Tariq Nasheed has changed his program in accordance to what he wants, not according to what the program wants. And what
Yeah, but
Tariq Nasheed was selling, let me finish.
go ahead.
What Tariq Nasheed was selling 6 months ago, what Tariq Nasheed was selling 3 months ago, is totally different than what Tariq Nasheed is selling today.
Okay,
Am I
describe it.
biased? I don't need to describe it. You go and read. Don't come out. Don't do that. Don't do that.
You
Because
just
what
said
you're
he was selling something different. So what was he selling then that he's not that's
because
distinct from what he's selling now?
what that shows me is that you're a cult member and not an individual thinker. Because if you're saying to me that I need to describe to you that Tariq Nasheed arguments are the same that it was 6 months ago, I won't have a conversation with you.
If I'm
I won't.
unfamiliar with what he was selling, I'm not as familiar with Tariq Nasheed as you may be. So I'm asking you, can you distinguish what from then is different from now? That's all.
And I will suggest to go and do your research.
You can't make a statement and tell me go do research. You
No,
got to
I
actually
would
come with the
suggest
have evidence.
I would say no. I would say to you, sir, because we're not in the classroom now, and I teach you.
Yeah, but it
No,
is
but
not at the top of it's not at the
you
top of your mind. It's not at the top of your
you
mind.
need you need now to go and do your research and realize that Tariq Nasheed
You can't
argument has
you tell
oh,
me to go and do my research without first providing me with the explanation of this. It don't work like that, stupid.
I won't because guess what? Just like how Trump has MAGA, and
Yeah.
they don't waste time printing into MAGA. Tariq Nasheed has FBAs who are cult followers.
FBA is not a group. It is used, as we just discussed, an ethnic identifier.
You want to call it any which way you want to call it.
No, I want to call it what it is.
Okay, you decide what it is.
No, that's what they decided. That's what they decided. I didn't decide it. I remember I'm not a part of this quote unquote cult you're talking about.
Oh.
You know how you're a Jamaican American? Jamaican, what you would use generally as your ethnic identifier? What will you use to identify me, who is a descendant of black people that went through U.S. slavery? Because I'm not Jamaican. I'm not Haitian. What would you call me? What am I?
You're an American.
I'm what?
You are an American who just happens to be black.
But what is my ethnic identifier?
You never think it that way.
What's my ethnic identifier? You don't just say, oh, he's an American because a person is American. What's my ethnic identifier?
What is ethnicity?
It's basically the cultural group that you come from, that you share history with.
You all share the.
No, it's different. America is made up of different ethnicities within it. White people are their own ethnic group, and black people in America are their own ethnic group. We used to just use the terms white. We used to just use the terms white and black, but it's become very diverse now.
Let's be honest. If you're walking down the street, I like kind of people with this, you know. If you were walking down the street,
yes,
and you happen to be white, and I was supposed to ask you, what is your ethnicity? What would you say to me? What would you say to me?
If I'm a white American, I would say I'm white. If I'm Russian, I would say Russian.
No. But the average person, but what you're saying now is that you're not speaking the truth.
What do you mean?
Average American, no, because 90% of the Americans who happen to be white, when questioned what they, when they're asked what are they, the only answer they give is that they are American. They do not say that they're white.
Yes, they do. What are you talking about? You're wrong. You tell me stop it, and you're wrong.
Yes, it's true. A lot of white folks say they're white.
They say they're white. If they're white, if they come from, if they just immigrated here, then they tell you, you know, their ethnicity according to their country. They say I'm Russian, or I'm German, or they'll say, you know, I'm Greek, shit like this. You got some.
Okay.
Look at the white Jews. They don't say I'm white. They say I'm Jewish, right?
Right.
Okay, my apologies. Because what I did was wrong. Let me rephrase my. Let me put the situation into one that I'm used to. Okay. As somebody who used to work at the hotels in Jamaica to pick up a small chains, when encountered with Americans.
Oh, then they'll tell you they're American, yeah, because you're in a different country.
Stop. When encountered with Americans, regardless of their physical characteristics.
Yeah, that's in Jamaica.
Well, let me finish. Whether the eyes want to be slanted or the hair want to be nappy. Or they want to be blonde hair or blue eye.
Come on.
When asked the question, what are you? How do they answer?
You said when you were a manager at a hotel in Jamaica, right?
I'm not a manager. When I was working at the hotel.
Okay, when you were at the hotel, but in Jamaica, right?
Yes. How do they answer?
Oh yeah, in Jamaica they're going to answer you they're an American.
They're going to answer that there?
Yeah, they're going to answer American because there's a different social context.
So they're in Jamaica, they're going to tell you that they are the same person who black here, who have on the black, green, the black, red, and green.
Yeah, they're going to identify themselves. They're going to identify themselves with the country they come from. So they'll say, "I'm an American."
So ethnicity. So he's going to tell me
that's their nationality. That's their nationality.
No. You can't have it both ways, brother. You cannot have
it both ways. I'm telling you how they identify. They identify with their nationality when they go abroad.
Right.
There's a difference between nationality and ethnicity. A lot of people confuse those things. It's not the same thing. Nationality is basically the nation you belong to. Ethnicity is a cultural group you belong to.
No. When you're abroad, when you're going abroad, and you have other groups,
Yes.
the nationality and ethnicity are intertwined when faced with other groups, because you're telling me that culturally. No, you know that too much. Because when faced with other groups outside of your predominant group, you are now establishing that culturally, I am an American. You're not saying that I'm black.
You're establishing your nationality.
You're establishing your culture also.
Your nationality. You assume the culture, but it's the nationality which they're establishing.
No, I don't assume the culture. It's what you tell me. I ask you what you are.
Let me ask you. Okay, Stupies, let me ask you this question. It's a lot of people that's born in Jamaica whose heritage comes from China, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if they were to come to America and I was to ask them what they are, what would they say?
Jamaican,
right? And what is that? Is that their ethnic group or is that their nationality?
Like cultural group.
That's their nationality. They are Jamaican. But if you were talking about these people ethnic group, if you use the same social constructs in Jamaica that we use in America, they would call themselves Chinese Jamaicans. The same way you properly would be identified as a Jamaican American.
Right, but what you're trying to force, what FB is trying to force,
I'm trying to teach you the distinction between ethnicity and nationality. They're not the same thing.
Dude, don't try to teach me. Don't try to teach me. Because
listen, you tell me don't try to, I won't try to no more. I offer it up.
Don't try to teach me.
But if I want to take it, no problem. But there's a difference between the two.
Dude, the nuances of it is that when we are in our group, when you're in America, when the pie is strictly American, you tend not to get very distinct with every slice.
Yeah, when you're in America.
You're in America. Yeah, when you are in America and you're cutting out that pie, you tend to describe every slice more.
Yeah, because there's a better filter applied in America than it is in other countries.
But when you take that same pie and you put it in the international market, you tend not to grasp to the familiar. You do not want to stand alone. You do not want to stand by yourself.
We don't mind. No. You're confusing it. It's not that we don't want to stand by ourselves. We understand that those people's education is not suffice for them to understand American social context. So we give it to them the way that they can register it. Don't confuse the two. It's not that we don't want to stand on our own.
Okay.
Black Americans always sit on their own.
Let's be honest. Let's be honest with ourselves now. Let's be honest with ourselves. Let's look at Nigeria. Let's look at Nigeria. Let's compare Nigeria to the United States.
Yeah.
How many black people are in Nigeria?
I think it's over. I think it's over. It might be somewhere around 80 million, something like that.
All right, so the population too big. I'm not going to use Nigeria.
It's almost. I think it might be double what the United States has.
Yeah, not using Nigeria.
Let me look it up. Let me look up what the population of Nigeria is like. Let me look that up. I think they got one of the world's fastest growing populations in Africa. Let me see. Nigerian population.
All right, no, leave Nigeria.
Damn, no, they got like 240 million. They got way more than I said. Yeah, it's a lot.
So guess what? I'm going to use per capita per 100,000, and I'm going to compare Botswana, which is a black African country. Would you agree with me on that?
Yeah.
I think Botswana is a sub-Saharan African country. Yeah. What about it?
Yeah, but I'm going to compare Botswana to blacks in the United States.
You're going to compare them to blacks in the United States?
Yes, an achievement. Yes. And we're going to say per 100,000, are there more lawyers in Botswana than black lawyers in the United States per 100,000.
That could be true. I wouldn't know, but that could be true. But what's your point?
No, I'm asking. No, because you are saying you made an argument, or you made a point that the other black people around the world is less educated
Oh, they
than
are.
American black.
Yeah, that's a
Didn't
fact.
you
They
say
are.
that?
Yeah, that's a fact.
No, but
That's not even up for debate.
but if I'm going country by country and I just established and I'm using Botswana and I'm asking you if per 100,000, if there are more black
But you see,
lawyers in
but
Botswana.
hold on. I mean, the way
I'm
you're
asking a
framing
question.
the argument, it's the way you're framing the argument, which is going to be misleading. Compare their collective to our collective.
Right, that's what I'm doing.
Not per
But
100,000. No, compare their entire collective to our entire collective, and look at the educational level. If you're using time out, Stupid. If you're using IQ, listen to me. If you're using IQ,
you interrupt me and you're dumb. You interrupt me, you're dumb. Because if you're not dumb, you wouldn't
I'm
interrupt
dumb. I'm about to let you talk. I'm telling you the way that you framing the argument is misleading.
Let me tell you why you're dumb. Because statistically,
we throwing that homonyms down.
Okay, let me finish. Because you cut me off in my own argument. Let me finish speaking and then you speak.
Because your argument's misleading.
See there? You calling me dumb in a nicer way. Say I'm misleading the people.
No,
so we're doing the same thing.
That's not me calling you dumb.
When we make comparisons,
to mislead somebody is not to be dumb.
Unbiased. When you make comparison between population, you have to standardize it. And how they standardize it, they choose a number per 100, per 100,000. So let's say there's a disease outbreak, and one country has 1,000 cases, and one country has 100 cases. Looking at the number, the outright number, to say, oh, this country has 1,000 cases, it must have a worse situation. But it's have 1,000 cases, but the population is 1 million. And this person have 100 cases, but the population is 1,000.
Yeah, but
so therefore,
let me see. Remember last time Stupies was talking, and I was able to quickly stop him when he tried to say when American tourists go to America, they just identify as American, and I had to tell him, yeah, it's in Jamaica. That's why he wanted to go on this long rant about that shit. The same thing is happening here. Stupies. We live in a country which is diverse. So you're asking us to compare our ethnic group to a ethnic group that makes up the entire populace of another country. Do you understand how lopsided or asymmetrical your argument is? That's what I'm telling you. What you're doing is misleading.
Okay, all right. Tell me what I'm missing. Go ahead. I
just told you. You didn't listen to what I just said. I'm gonna repeat it again. You're comparing. Okay. Here you go. Listen to me. Just listen. You're comparing an American ethnic group to an African country.
No, I'm comparing an American ethnic group.
Oh my gosh,
to an African ethnic group.
Okay, but is that African ethnic group the entire populace of that country?
It doesn't matter. It's the same
ethnic
group.
Just answer my question. Just
answer my question. I said it doesn't matter because I'm comparing ethnic groups.
Just answer my question.
So you ask him a question, you got to answer.
Just answer my question.
I said it doesn't matter.
I don't care if you say it doesn't matter. Answer my question.
I'll ask the question again.
Thank you. Does that ethnic group make up the entire population of that country? Yes or no?
No. It might be the majority, but
what the fuck do you mean it's the majority? It's 99%. Could you stop?
It might be 90, but then am I wrong?
What are you talking about? Yes, you're wrong.
98%. It might be 97%. This is the question.
If you go get a DNA test, is it gonna come back and say it's 100% your child if the child is yours? No, it's gonna say 99.99%, right? So is it your child all the way? You sound crazy, man. Stop. You know what you're doing. Just stop.
What's the question they asked me? Because
I already asked you the question and you erroneously answered it.
Can I speak now?
Not if you're gonna mislead. Ain't no point.
I'll go ahead. Okay, let me speak, please. This
Go
dude
ahead.
asked me.
Just don't mislead
This
us.
dude said to me that is the population is black people the entirety of the population, and I answered correctly. I did not mislead. I said no, they are not. They're the majority. Might be the
Stupid.
strong majority.
When you say they're the majority, Stupid, the idea that you put in people's head is like they're 65% of the population, 75% of the population. They're 99.99% of the goddamn population, man. Just stop.
It's not that high. It's 95%.
Oh,
But
95%. You're dealing with basically an ethnic homogenous group, man. Just stop.
Okay. All right. So no. So what? So okay. Let's.
I'm biased. I'm biased.
Okay.
When before the 1965 Immigration Act, when all these immigrants came over here, America was viewed as a white country. Guess what? How high was their percentage? It was less than 95%, wasn't it?
It's probably probably 80.
Come on, man,
Okay.
just stop.
All right.
Stop with the
Okay.
dumb shit,
All right.
Stupid.
Okay. So why cannot you? Why can't? All right. Based on your fact,
Because you're comparing I'm going to tell you why. I can answer it before you even ask it. The reason you can't do what you're trying to do, you're comparing an ethnic group to a fucking country. If African Americans had their own country, do you think there would be more lawyers per capita for African Americans than there would be in Botswana? Of course, we wouldn't have no shithole country.
And coming back to that, you cannot know. That's an assumption that you're making. You cannot know.
Listen, Stupid, this is it. I'm gonna be honest with you. This isn't to diss any ethnic group of black people that ever existed. The African American or Black American that comes from black people that went through United States slavery is more accomplished than all sub-Saharan African countries combined, and throw in the Caribbean there too. No black people nowhere in the world have accomplished what African Americans accomplished. We're so accomplished that we made it to where you could immigrate to our own country. You didn't make nothing for us. Like, let's just be honest here. These are truths. They may be uncomfortable truths, but they're truths nonetheless, Stupies. This is a reality, bro. Nobody's trying to be disrespectful. I'm being honest.
Can I speak now?
Yes, you may.
Can I speak now?
Yes, you may.
Can I speak now? Because
yes, you may.
The beautiful thing about this is that a young man come and say, okay, the Black American is the most accomplished black person in the world. I don't have a problem with that.
World history. I'm being clear. World history.
And he's saying that. But yet still, there's only 40 million Black Americans. But I needed to play the numbers game with me now. Xavier, we're going to play the numbers game. And we're going to play the numbers game because this dude is playing a dangerous game. And I like to play the numbers game.
Oh, I like to play the numbers game too. Go ahead. Play the numbers game. I'm gonna play that same numbers game with you. Go ahead.
How many Black Americans are there? How many FBA is there in total? What's the population of the FBA in the United States?
Let's just assume it's 40 million. Go ahead.
40 million.
Let's just assume that. Go ahead.
40 million FBA.
Yeah, let's just assume it. Go ahead. Go ahead. Let's assume that. Go ahead.
He's saying that from a population of 40 million, from a population of 40 million, he has beat the Nigerians. And the Nigerians will laugh at you silly because you have not. With a population of 240 million, the economy might not look like what you think it should look like, but it don't look like what you stop talking. Let me finish speaking, and then you talk. Because a lot of the propaganda that you get on the news that would tell you that, oh, these African countries are shithole. These African countries were shithole, yes, because they were bombarded by the IMF, by the American destabilization, but they have called themselves out. But since then, educationally, the Black American cannot compete with the Nigerian. You see, I'm not even.
Oh my gosh.
Cannot compete with the Nigerian.
Two piece. I gotta cut you off right there. Are you talking about the Nigerians in Nigeria the Black Americans can't compete with them educationally.
You're
Is
not
that what you're saying,
competing with
Josh?
I am telling you that the Nigerians, even the
Okay, now,
Nigerians,
wait. Stupid, stop. You said what you said. I want to address that point. Stupid, I want to address that point. The Nigerians that are here are freeloading off of African American accomplishments. You don't get credit for eating from my table. You didn't cook that food. You don't get no credit for that. All you did was
even
eat.
Nigerians are here. But even the Nigerians,
you don't get credit for eating from my table. You did not cook that food. All you did was eat. You don't get credit for that. When the Nigerians came to America, they never had to struggle past any of the social ills that America had. When they came here, the table was set. They pulled up a chair. They started eating.
Yeah,
you don't get credit. You don't get credit for that. You didn't contribute nothing towards American history.
Yeah,
you get no credit for it.
They weren't in Selma.
Now hold on,
Bias.
I wanna address his point about the Nigerians being more educated over in Nigeria than Black Americans. Stupides, if the Nigerians are more educated over in Nigeria, why the fuck are Nigerians still fleeing Nigeria for America? How come they can't reconstruct in America over in Nigeria? How come Nigeria is still a third world country? So much education, why hasn't it changed that reality? Answer that question, Stupides.
No, a couple of things you jump on because you sound like Donald Trump. That's my problem with the FB.
That motherfucker sounds intelligent on that point.
That's my problem with the FBs, they sound like the white supremacists. Right?
Okay, just answer my question. How come they haven't been able to develop their country? Because I see the white people can go over there and exploit it for a return on their investment. I see that the Arabs were able to go over there and exploit it for a return on their investment. I see that the Chinese are over there being able to exploit it for a return on their investment. How come the Nigerians aren't able to exploit their own land for a return on their investment? Explain that to me. Since they're so educated. Explain that to me.
No. Many persons will jump up and they will say, oh, why are these black countries coming here if they're this good? And they don't take into consideration this, that the majority of immigrants who come to America annually, and you need to research this, young man, because somebody saying you don't have to eat black people. Let me finish speaking. Because I don't have to talk to you. If you interrupt me one more time, I'm not even
interrupting you. I'm letting you talk. Go ahead.
If you interrupt me one more time, I don't talk to you. I will talk to Samuel. I'll talk to Unbiased. I don't have to talk.
Oh my God! Come on, go ahead.
When you talk, right? No, majority of people like to say, "Oh, the Nigerians, they come here for the money." Everybody know that. Just like how the Ukrainians come here for the money. Just like how the Russians come here for the money. Just like how the Jews come here for the money. Anybody who immigrates to America immigrates for the money. Just like how the Swedes come here for the money. Just like how the Canadians come here for the money. Just like how the English come here for the money. Just like how white people from Germany and first world countries come here for the money.
Okay, you answered my question, right? They came here for the money.
Fuck off. I'm letting me mute you. I'm not listening to you. I'm mute you.
Good. Good. So he's not listening to me. So now I'm gonna go. I'm biased. Money is generated from an economy. I don't know if Stu Pease knows this. Money is generated from an economy. If they're so educated, and when they come over here, they say that Black Americans are lazy, right? So they're industrious. So my question is simply, if they come here for
why don't argue against white people coming here for the money? Why don't argue against the Ukrainians coming here for the money? Why don't argue against the British coming here for the money? Why is he arguing against black people coming here for the money? It's because him is a Sambo. So he don't want black people to come here for the money. But he have no problem with white people coming here for the money.
Come out. We're talking about the African. We're talking about black immigrants right now. We can get to the white immigrants. I don't mind that neither. But I'm talking. You just said that they're more. Time out. Stupid.
You're a Sambo.
You said you was gonna mute yourself if I cut you off. I cut you off, and you still talking to me.
You're a Sambo. You're a Sambo.
Okay, I'll be a Sambo. Answer the question for me, Stupid. How come they're not able to create an economy over in Nigeria to generate money so they don't have to come here? Why can't they do that?
But the fastest growing economy in the world now is the African economy.
It's a third world fucking country.
Does it start somewhere, but it's the fastest growing economies in the world.
They've been saying that for the last 10 years. It's still a third world country.
Yes. Just like how Chicago, where the black people live, is a third world country.
It's not this is what this is when you talk to immigrants, they always end up saying some shit that's stupid because they're trying to lower you to their status. Stupid. Chicago is a city in the state of Illinois. Correct?
It don't matter. But
you're comparing a city to a fucking country.
But that city.
This is your problem. You can't do that, Stupies. It's like apples and oranges. It don't match. It's not a third world country.
Unbiased.
Yes.
Unbiased. It's Flint, Michigan, a first world country.
It's not a fucking country at all.
Yeah.
It don't matter. Yes. Would you consider Flint, Michigan? If I went to Flint, Michigan, where there's food deserts,
oh my God!
Where there's
do you see people?
Hold on. So hold on.
Talking.
So now,
would you consider Flint, Michigan, a first world country?
So hold on. So let me ask you this.
If you came off a plane, and the first you didn't go through any major city.
So
you came off the plane and you were landed in Flint, Michigan. Is that a first world country?
All right. So
this guy's crazy.
Hold on. So let me ask you. So for Chicago and Flint, Michigan. Now I haven't never been to both, right? So, but I've been listening to people who have been in both, right? And I don't know, it could be true or false, I don't know. But the people who live there, they're saying that is not as bad as what the media is saying.
I'm biased. Let's just use our common sense. We live in the United States of motherfucking America. It is the greatest country in the history of the fucking world. Do you seriously think there's gonna be a first world existence anywhere in this country? No.
You mean third world?
Sure.
You mean third world?
Yeah. Do you think we're gonna have third world problems in the United States? No. It's just a fucking reality. Now there may have been a particular issue at some point with Flint, Michigan's water. Do you think it's gonna eternally be like that? No. This guy's crazy. This guy's crazy.
Let me rebut that because you know what people don't understand. You know what people don't understand. Unbiased.
Yeah.
You know what people don't understand. People talk a lot because
that's why you got to reword it.
Let's be fair. In the United States of America, it is not fair for everybody. Meaning that equity is not even.
Oh my God.
That equity is not distributed amicably in most cases.
Okay.
That many of our cities that we have, what they experience is not in keeping with what you would regard a first world country. Would you agree with me or disagree on that?
I'm biased. Please let me answer this question. Please don't answer that question foolishly like that.
No.
There's nowhere you can go in the United States of America where you're gonna find a black American starving. We don't have third world existence in America, Stupies. Why'd you leave Jamaica? You left Jamaica for economic means, correct? You left for economic means. Do you see over here what you see in your country? No.
I did not ask that question. I did not ask the question and you sidestep my question.
Ask your question again. Ask your question again, Stupies. Let me make sure I was clear.
I'm not asking seconds because I asked an unbiased question.
It ain't like it matter anyway. But it's a misleading question. I'm sure.
It don't matter because let's get back to what you were saying.
It don't. You said Nigerians are more educated than African Americans. Prove your point.
And it's true. It's true.
There's more Nigerian doctors. It's true. That don't. The doctors that they have over in Nigeria, when they come over here, they don't get credit for that shit. You're talking about a whole different standard. You're talking about a different standard.
There are more Nigerian pharmacists. There are more
Who goes?
Nigerians.
I'm biased. Answer me this question: who the fuck goes to Nigeria to get surgery? Who the fuck goes to Nigeria to for pharmacology for their pharma? Damn, how you say that word? Pharmaceutical needs. Who goes to Nigeria for that, Stupies? Who does it? Nobody in the fucking world. Nobody in the fucking world.
Let me beat you up. Let me beat you up on something now.
Come on, I done hit you with 1,000 punches already.
There are more Jamaican nurses than African American nurses.
Stupies, that's what y'all do. Y'all clean people's asses when y'all come over here. That don't make you better. Are you kidding me?
No, you're saying that these people. No, you're saying that you have the most educated people. No, but then you move the goalpost.
No, I'm not. I'm not moving the goalpost. Stupies, compare your collective education of your ethnic group compared to our collective education. We're more educated than you.
And I'm saying no. There's more in Nigeria.
Stupies. Okay, answer this question for me, Stupies. Stop. Stupies. If y'all been over here since the 60s, right? So you've had enough time to acquire intellectual property. You had enough time to acquire sufficient education to be able to go over and reproduce America in your own homeland. Why haven't y'all been able to do that?
No, because
nurses don't build countries, Stupies. I'll answer it for you. It's rhetorical. Nurses don't build countries, Stupies. They wipe asses.
Let me double back and bitch slap you. Let me double back and bitch slap you.
You ain't landed a shot yet. Yeah, I'm ready.
Let me double back. Of course, because we were producing Colin Powell.
You're producing what?
Colin Powell.
Producing what?
Powell.
Colin Powell. What the fuck Colin Powell got to do with Jamaica?
We were producing a Colin Powell.
Yeah, what did Colin Powell do for Jamaica?
No, I'm saying that we do not necessarily have to go back home. But
what you mean you don't got it? Oh my gosh, Stupies! You can't. Stupies! I'm not moving the goalpost. You trying to take credit for helping another corporation. What about your own damn company?
What? No, but we'll go anywhere.
Company? You go anywhere, yeah, because you can't go home. There's nothing where you from. Be honest.
Look.
You don't want to answer that question, Stupies. It's an insecurity that many black immigrants have.
What question?
Why don't y'all take the education and this industrious spirit that y'all have and go back to the countries y'all came from and build them up so that y'all don't have to flee anymore?
Because guess what? Is a dumb stupid person ask that question.
Of course. The most practical question is from a dumb stupid person.
That's a dumb question, and let me explain it to you.
Oh, hey, and after you're done, I'm gonna give you a country that actually did it. Go ahead.
No country did it.
Yes, they did. And I'm gonna give you the country. Hey, I'm biased. You know the country I'm gonna give him. You know the country I'm gonna give him. You know the country I'm gonna give him. Don't say it. Let me say it. You know the country I'm gonna give him that did it.
Can I speak? Unbiased.
Yeah.
Unbiased. What was New York's name before?
Wait, say that one more time. Oh, New York.
What was the name of New York City?
Name of New York City?
New Amsterdam.
New Amsterdam. Where did all of those people come from?
Canada? I don't know.
And they came from Amsterdam.
Right.
They came from Amsterdam and they came to New York. Why didn't they go back to Amsterdam instead of building one of the greatest cities in the world? People have
he's conflating contexts. There are no Amsterdam people in fucking New York now, right? They were assimilated into America. They became white. Did they not become white people? Did they not just become white people? No.
You see, you're moving
see what I'm saying? I'm not moving the goalposts. Stupid. You are never gonna become a black American. You always gonna be a Jamaican, my brother.
Look.
Always. I'm asking you a question. Why can't y'all go back and build your country?
Let me finish speaking, please. Because guess what? Ados is 40 million. You're irrelevant, whether we like it or not.
We're
Ados,
irrelevant. How are we irrelevant when we earn more than every other black ethnic group in the world?
That's not true. That's not true.
Oh, Stupid.
That's not true.
The GDP per capita of your country is $6,000 funky ass dollars, man. Would you stop it?
Let me explain why I think it's not true.
Go ahead.
The GDP of black immigrants in America.
Bias, watch me cut them up. Is what?
The GDP of black immigrants in America is higher than the GDP of the.
Okay, now, Supees, is the black immigrants that's here a significant population, or are they a minority?
It does not matter.
The reason it matters, yes, it does. And the reason that it matters, Supees, is because you're comparing a minority of a collective versus an entire collective. If that was the case, we could just take the top 1% of black American earners, and they clearly out earn you.
No, I'm saying that the GDP of black immigrants is greater than GDP.
Supees, if we were to create a minority group of black Americans, just taking the top earners over here, they would earn more by a significant amount to the immigrants that you're talking about. That is not how you compare. That's not how you compare. Stupies. That's not how you compare earnings, Stupies. You got it all wrong. You compare your collective earnings versus my collective earnings. We out earn you all. That's why you immigrated here. That's why you immigrated here.
And they did better than you. And they come over here.
How are you living better? How are you living better than me? Well, you go back to where you from. Do you live better than me? Y'all live like shit.
You don't have to go back when they go home into the house in America.
Time out. Supees, is America not my house? It's not your house, right? You just a visitor.
It don't matter. The average black immigrant.
You just a visitor. But Supees, the whole. You can't compare. You cannot compare. You cannot compare a minority immigrant population to a collective from a country, Supees. That's not how that works, baby. That's not how that works. That's not how that works. But Supees, when y'all are able to take this earning power that y'all got and go back and do something with it from the countries that y'all come to, I'll salute you. But until that day, Supees, all you're doing is freeloading off the accomplishments of black Americans. You don't get credit. You don't get credit for that, Supees. You're not contributory to the United States in no way, shape, or form. There's nothing that you all do that you can't be replaced for. Nothing.
Same with you. There's nothing that you can do that you.
Supees, if I wasn't here, you couldn't be here. What are you talking about?
That's a lie. That's a
lie.
lie.
The 1960s, look it up right now. Y'all didn't start coming over here in mass until post 1965. 1965 was the 1965 Immigration Act that got signed into office. That came on the heels of the civil rights. Who the fuck accomplished the civil rights? That was black Americans. You literally couldn't be here without me. Stop it. And another, not just that, Supees. When y'all got to America, the table was set. All you did was pull up a chair and start eating. When I got to America, it literally didn't exist. What are you talking about?
Are you ready? Are you ready?
You're not making sense when you're talking. You asked me, am I ready?
No, because what you said that my grandfather was recruited by the U.S. government to build the Panama Canal. To build the Panama Canal.
A Panama Canal? To build a Panama Canal, Supees? Seriously?
Of course.
Supees, I'm asking you what you did for the U.S. of A, baby.
Wait. Let him make his point about the canal first, so we see where he's going.
The Panama Canal is a project of the United States of America. The United States of America built that canal. That canal was responsible for a major economic boom in the Americas. My grandfather was recruited to build a Panama Canal. That's one. You said I could not be here without you. You have nothing to do. No. Listen, that's a white man. My wife was at her house. That's a white man who recruited my grandfather. My wife
see, I'm biased. What I told you. The immigrants think that the way they got over here was by way of white people. Stupies. How many
Can I finish?
hold on, answer this question for me, because you said your grandfather. Your grandfather is one of how many people that worked on the Panama Canal?
Hundreds of thousands.
Hundreds of thousands.
Mm-hmm.
One.
Who
So
was recruited?
what portion, 2Ps? Yeah, America has people from all over the fucking world that they recruit to do projects. What your people don't get credit for that? The fuck are you talking about?
You see, what I am saying to you, what you're
Yeah,
saying
your
to me that
2Ps.
them
You wouldn't
thinking
come out.
are-
Albert
are-
Einstein was not born in the United States of America, right? Does his people get credit for the shit that he accomplished over here? No, it don't work like that. Again, your arguments are foolish. But nonetheless, let me tell you about a group of people, Supis, that were able to actually produce something for their own country by learning from other people. You ready, Supis? He's still on the line, unbiased?
Yeah. Wait. Yeah, he's still there. He's
Tell
on
him-
mute.
tell-
He's on mute. He probably got some
Yeah, no
background noise.
Supis, go and look up the Japanese. They're just an island group of people. Prior to the 20th century, they were in a third world country state, ruled over by different
They were
European.
in a savage state.
They were nothing. They were fucking done.
Barbarians, basically.
Within 40 fucking years, those people were able to rival Western powers, called the Yellow Peril. Them niggas didn't flee their country, Supis. They left from their country to go and learn from other countries. But they brought that shit back and they built for themselves. And then you talk about the African countries that got oppressed and, destroyed by Western powers. Japan got fucking oppressed before it even became a superpower. And then after becoming a power, it got destroyed again and they still were able to rebuild. What is wrong with the immigrant population of blacks that come here that can't do the same thing that them people could do? Why could the Japanese do it, but your people couldn't, Stupid?
Can I say something now? Because this is the nice.
Stupid, answer my question.
No, I'm not answering your question. I need that.
Answer my question. How come the Japanese could leave out of their country, go and obtain intellectual resources, bring it back and reconstruct their country to where you don't see them fleeing from Japan no more? Shit, you ain't never see them flee from Japan, but you don't see them fleeing. How come your people gotta flee?
Guess what? You know that you're dumb as hell because if you
I'm dumb because you can't answer my goddamn questions, Stupid.
After World War II,
you can't answer none of my questions. America did not rebuild Japan. Japan rebuilt its fucking self.
That's not true. America rebuilt Japan.
That is true. The same with Germany. Stupid. The Japanese, they would send people over to America, right? And they would look at like car companies and shit like that. They would go there, they would act like tourists. They would be taking pictures. They brought that fucking intellectual property back to their countries and they built cars like Mitsubishi, Honda, and all of those, and they were able to outdo American companies. That's how they were able to rebuild their country. You don't know what you're talking about.
I won't even rebut you on that because what you don't understand
know what you're
is that
talking about. You're just talking.
Every country that America has invaded after World War II, they assisted in rebuilding those countries, especially the European nations like Germany and America rebuilt Germany because Germany was split.
Oh, okay. Hold on, watch this, unbiased. If that's the case, they rebuilt Africa, didn't they? They were giving financial aid to Africa. They were giving financial with Jamaica.
America has never rebuilt. America has never been in a global conflict in Africa.
Did Europe finance Africa? Did America finance anything in Africa? Yes or no?
No.
Just stop, Stupid, because you're lying now. Just stop. You're lying. You're not even having a sensible argument anymore. You're just lying.
Can I speak now? Because
You've been speaking and you ain't been saying shit.
This dude,
you've been speaking and you ain't saying shit.
You don't give me a chance to rebut. You said to me that
I do give you time, but when I give you time, you answer with an answer that's not sufficient.
Okay. Can I speak, please? Unbiased, can I speak?
Yes, sir.
Unbiased. Can I get 2 minutes to speak?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sure. Yes, sir.
He made a statement that I needed him to come to the United States. He made a statement that black people around the world needed black people in America to come to America. That's what he said. And I'm saying to him that no, that black people around the world was invited to America by white people,
Oh my
not by
fucking
American
gosh.
black people.
Oh my fucking gosh,
Unbiased, can I
man.
speak unbiased?
Wait, I
Unbiased, can
can't
I
hear you.
speak
I
without
can't.
interruption?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I speak without interruption?
Yes, sir.
Because if we look at the visa policy of the United States in the late 50s and early 60s, it was opened up to black people around the world, even when white people in America did not want their black people to be in their spaces. They opened up the opportunity for other black people around the world. Because during the late 50s, the late 50s and 60s, during they wanted people to work and they wanted black people. And they opened it up to black people around the world. Not
Okay.
what black people. Can I finish speaking? Because you act like a lion now. You act like a
You
lion
are.
because when confronted.
You are.
When
You are.
Okay, rebut what I'm saying, man. I finished
No, no
speaking.
problem.
Rebut
Hey,
anything that I'm
I'm
trying.
biased. If you simply Google when did Caribbeans begin to immigrate to the United States, it will tell you Caribbean immigration to the United States has occurred in waves, with the first major wave beginning after 1965. This is what I keep talking about. The 1965 Immigration Act, stupies, that came as a result of the accomplishments of the civil rights. You don't even know this because you're not from here. Prior to that 65 Immigration Act, do you know what type of people were being recruited to come or being allowed to immigrate to the United States of America? You had to be white to come to America, essentially. And not just any white, they wanted specific type of whites. Northern whites, Western, like they wanted a specific type of white people. They did not want black people coming here. The white people did not at all want any black people to come here. They already had a black population that they wanted to get rid of. Why the fuck would they want your black asses to come? You don't make sense. This is what I'm trying to tell you. Your immigration to the United States is completely contingent upon black American accomplishments. Had black Americans not accomplished the civil rights feats, you would not be here. You would not be here. And it wasn't white people that were inviting you to come here. That's not how it went. Immigration simply opened up and wasn't as discriminatory as it used to be because of black Americans. Rebut that. Rebut that, Stupies. Rebut that. No. You could Google what I'm saying. We can't Google what you're saying.
I don't have to rebut it because about a gishgab. You're speaking about a gishgab.
Oh.
You're speaking now.
You don't know what you see. Again, every time I bring up I'm biased. Just Google when did Caribbeans begin to immigrate to the United States, and you'll see exactly what I'm telling you about.
Okay, well, in large masses, about like
it clearly it tells you right here. As soon as you Google it, Google AI is going to tell you Caribbean immigration to the United States has occurred in waves, with the first major wave beginning after 65. And then look, at 41 to 1950, nearly 50,000 immigrants settled in the United States, taking advantage of the war economy and post-war economic growth. Right. Just 50,000. 50,000. Do you know how insignificant that?
No. That wasn't insignificant.
50,000 is not insignificant. 50,000 is not insignificant.
What was the population of the United States in 1950?
It was in the millions. What are you talking about?
What was this? No, you said insignificant. What was the population of the United States? Okay.
Okay, let's go to the 1950s. Let's see what the population was of the United States.
What we looking up?
The population of the United States in 1950 was
1940s to 19. The population of the United States increased by
was a third of what it is.
19.1 million from 40 to 50.
It was 151
It was
million dollars.
Okay, now what is 50,000 of that? What percentage is that?
No,
is that even 1%?
No, but when we look at that population, we need to look at that population. Let me finish speaking. You need to look at that population and say, during that time.
Hold on, time out. I don't feel like hearing this shit no more because you're just gonna keep saying dumb shit. The fact of the matter is, you didn't start coming over here in significant portions until post 1965. You couldn't, Stoopies. They didn't want you here.
That's a lie. White people wanted them here.
No, they didn't. What skill did you possibly have to where they would want you here? Stupid's talking about white people wanted Jamaicans here. This nigga's lost his mind.
What year? And what year? What year?
Yeah, prior to 1960s. They didn't even want you in the 1960s.
They did have a few.
They did go out. They did go out and recruit.
Yeah, it wasn't in large numbers.
But they didn't want y'all the way y'all here now. They didn't want y'all here like.
Okay. So let me ask context to that. Yeah,
I'm biased. They only wanted the people that had particular skills.
Yeah.
They didn't want millions of motherfuckers here.
So for the most part, they did send them back.
Yeah, and he even sent you back. Like I didn't even get on that. I can't with Stoopies, man. Stoopies, I'm not coming from a place of disrespect. I'm just coming from a place of facts. The fact of the matter is, if they didn't want black Americans here, why the fuck would they want black immigrants here?
Ask yourself that question. No, that's the magic question.
Stoopies, I already know the answer. They fucking didn't.
That's a magic question.
Yeah, well, you answered. Right? I told you the answer, so now you answer it.
The question is, why were they invited?
Hey, I'm biased. Were black immigrants more skilled than black Americans at that time?
That's not the question.
Were black immigrants more skilled than black Americans at that time?
What'd you say?
Were black immigrants? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yep.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Were black immigrants more skilled than black Americans at that time?
Well, I would say this. I would say it comes off as...
Is this a yes or no? Were they more skilled?
Wait, as a collective? I don't know. That's sometimes...
As a collective, were they more skilled than black Americans?
At that time, I don't... Wait. Repeat the question.
Were black immigrants more skilled than black Americans before the 1960s?
So you mean the black immigrants that they invited over to or
no, as a collective, were black immigrants more skilled than black Americans?
No.
So why the fuck would white people want them to come over here, Stoopies? Don't make sense.
Can I say something now, please, without interruption? 2 minutes. You have been speaking, and I don't interrupt you. So I would love to not get interrupted. No, I'm going to ask a question, not you, because I can't wait until you finish speaking, and then come on the show and have a conversation with Unbiased. Because Unbiased is the one that I really want.
I'm gonna get off right now. I'm gonna let y'all have it. Unbiased. I told you I was only gonna be here for a short while. You heard?
Yeah.
Yeah, I said I was gonna be here for a short while. I'm gonna let Stoopies spill his nonsense now, even though he never answered any of them questions I was asking him. Like, why would they want y'all over black Americans? You got, and this is a problem, Unbiased, that you got with a lot of black immigrants. They think that white people actually want them. They actually think that shit. It's so crazy. And you be looking like, are you nuts?
That's not what I'm saying. The question is, you ask yourself the question, you refuse to answer it.
I answered it, Stupid. I told you they didn't want y'all.
I'm not speaking to you. Can I speak to Unbiased now, please? Can I speak to Unbiased?
Go ahead.
Can I speak to Unbiased? Unbiased, this is your question. I'm going to ask it in 3 points, right? 3 parts. In the 50s, were there black people in America?
Black people in America, yeah, 50s.
In the 50s, I'm not talking about immigrants. I'm talking about black people. Were there black people
Yeah,
in the 50s?
Yeah.
Right? So we'll agree that black people in America in the 50s.
Yeah.
Right? Hold on, my Bluetooth. No, I never just plug in my Bluetooth.
Yo, I'm biased. I'm gonna hop off, bro.
Okay.
Here.
Thanks.
No.
This raises your blood sugar. Take a look at this video. ICE agents in Boston, a sanctuary city just like New York City, where federal agents say they targeted and took several wanted people into custody, including an MS-13 gang member. The Trump administration saying it's focusing on going after criminals who are in the U.S. illegally first. We have Fox 5 live team coverage for you tonight. Sharon Crowley has the latest on the birthright citizenship battle and other news out of the Trump administration.
All right, let's start, though, with Jessica Formoso live in Newark's Ironbound section with more on what we know about today's migrant bust. Jess.
Stephen, Natasha, we're learning tonight from immigration advocates that federal agents were here at the Ocean Seafood Depot on Adams Street, and when they got here, they demanded to see the employees' documentation. Now, I spoke to Rafael Chavez. He's with New Labor. He's an immigration advocate who tells me that the agents showed up here and they did detain 3 people. Now, take a look. This here is Ocean Seafood Depot. It's a fish market and a warehouse. According to Chavez, at around 11:30 this morning, he received a call from a relative from an employee of Ocean Seafood Depot saying ICE agents were inside. When he and his colleagues arrived, he didn't notice anything unusual. He says they didn't see any federal marked vehicles, so they circled around the block, and as they were making their way back up, that's when they saw agents walking out of the building. Chavez went inside, and once he got in there, he was able to speak to the manager, who he says was shaken. He told him that the agents came inside, showed no warrant, and within seconds they were inside the warehouse. Chavez says they rounded up a total of 8 people, 4 females, all mothers, and 4 men. The women, Chavez says, showed ID, and the ICE agents took their fingerprints and gave them a slip to appear in court next month. As for the men, one was an American citizen. They let him go. The other 3 had no documentation on them, and Chavez says they were detained.
When we realized ICE is inside, because they come out like a 7 members of ICE come out, and I see they went to different cars, and it just looked like a regular cars.
So it was unmarked vehicles they were in?
Yeah, exactly.
And nowhere in their vehicles did it say ICE, DHS, nothing?
No, none of singles of that. The manager was in shock. He was like, basically like, he don't know how to react. And then is the other thing that we need to educate also the managers or the owners of the small business, how can they react, how can defend their workers in the workplace.
And Mayor Ras Baraka putting out a statement saying U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents raided a local establishment in the city of Newark, detaining undocumented residents as well as citizens without producing a warrant. One of the detainees is a U.S. military veteran who suffered the indignity of having the legitimacy of his military documentation questioned. He went on to say that this was a violation of the 4th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. Now, after receiving the mayor's statement and talking to Chavez, Chavez tells us that this was not the only operation that took place in the city of Newark today. He believes there were more agents and different establishments throughout the city. Now, the mayor will be holding a press conference tomorrow, and we'll be learning more as to what exactly took place here today. I can tell you this, Natasha and Steve, that I spoke to other business owners in this area as well as residents, and they're scared. One business owner telling me that a lot of her clients are on undocumented, and she's afraid now for them, and also believes that not many people will be coming into her business because of what happened here today. That's the latest I have from Newark. I'm Jessica Formoso, Fox 5 News. Natasha and Steve.
All right, thanks, Jessica and Fox.
Welcome to the oil business. Don't miss the series everyone is talking.
Wish you had a professional business address and phone number instead of your home address and personal number? Are you looking to register?
Mayor, I have two questions.
Yes, Marcia. How are you, first of all?
Good, how are you?
Good.
The first one has to do with immigration. At his inauguration speech yesterday, the mayor said he was closing...
The mayor or the
president? Sorry, the governor. I know you would do it if you could. The president said that he was closing the border and that he was going to deport immigrants who commit crimes. I know that you, having met with Tom Honan, have that same idea that you would like to deport immigrants who commit crimes. But now that this has been made the law of the land, what effect is it going to have in New York? If ICE agents come to New York, will you be cooperating with them, and will you call some of these crimes part of the 170 crimes that New York City is allowed to cooperate with ICE with? Tell us what this means for New York and what you will do as mayor.
Again, Marcia, I have spoken and communicated on this issue to the point of being exhausted. I've been very clear on this. It is not going to change. I have communicated with the clergy group last week. I've communicated with other immigrant groups over and over again. We want to bring down the anxiety. We want our immigrants to know that this is a city of immigrants. This is a country of immigrants. It's imperative that you go to school, use the hospital service, use the police services. I went over this over and over again, and I'm just not going to keep having the same conversation over and over again.
Federal agents spotted entering homes in East Boston on Wednesday. Our cameras capturing one man being taken into custody.
É muito triste.
Neighbors and the heavily migrant community surprised and saddened to see it go down. The operations happening amid heightened alert for mass roundups and deportations promised by President Donald Trump. Immigration and Customs Enforcement announcing Tuesday it was rescinding a Biden-era policy of avoiding so-called sensitive areas, including schools and churches.
It is horrifying, and that is the point.
Hannah Hafter at Episcopal City Mission says the network of churches sheltering families of mixed immigration statuses makes them a target for ICE and won't be complying with them unless they have a signed warrant.
Just because they aren't respecting churches as safe spaces doesn't mean that the people in the churches are not going to treat it as a safe and secure space.
Worcester Public Schools is similarly not cooperating with ICE without proper authority, reassuring families, saying in a letter, principals and school-based staff have received detailed guidance on protecting students' rights, responding to ICE interactions, and supporting students whose parents or guardians may be detained during the school day. Meanwhile, the school's transportation department ordered its bus drivers not to let any students off the bus if they see any agents at bus stops.
Those are the places that people who have criminal intents go to hide.
Former Bristol County Sheriff and Massachusetts Trump campaign chair Thomas Hodgson says he will be helping ICE to make it easier for the raids to happen.
We don't need any groups or organizations attempting to create this environment where it makes it harder for law enforcement to keep our communities safe.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.
Hey there, you won't believe what we've got in store for you today. Introducing the SIG P365X macro rep.
Federal agents spotted entering homes in East Boston on Wednesday. Our cameras capturing one man being taken into custody.
É muito triste.
Neighbors and the heavily migrant community surprised and saddened to see it go down. The operations happening amid heightened alert for mass roundups and deportations promised by President Donald Trump. Immigration and Customs Enforcement announcing Tuesday it was rescinding a Biden-era policy of avoiding so-called sensitive areas, including schools and churches.
It is horrifying, and that is the point.
Hannah Hafter at Episcopal City Mission says the network of churches sheltering families of mixed immigration statuses makes them a target for ICE and won't be complying with them unless they have a signed warrant.
Just because they aren't respecting churches as safe spaces doesn't mean that the people in the churches are not going to treat it as a safe and secure space. space.
Worcester Public Schools is similarly not cooperating with ICE without proper authority, reassuring families, saying in a letter, principals and school-based staff have received detailed guidance on protecting students' rights, responding to ICE interactions, and supporting students whose parents or guardians may be detained during the school day. Meanwhile, the school's transportation department ordered its bus drivers not to let any students off the bus if they see any agents at bus stops.
Those are the places that people who have criminal intents go to hide.
Former Bristol County Sheriff and Massachusetts Trump campaign chair Thomas Hodgson says he will be helping ICE to make it easier for the raids to happen.
We don't need any groups or organizations attempting to create this environment where it makes it harder for law enforcement to keep our communities safe.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated.
Come in and chill with me. Come bleed with me. Gone down your hair. You heard what Gucci said. Been around, baby. Come bleed with me. Gone down your hair. You heard what Gucci said. Been around. Gone down your hair. You heard what Gucci said. Come bleed with me. Gone down your hair. You heard what Gucci said.
Right now, it's a video that's going viral of me, the healthcare worker that's dancing on top of her patient's head. It's not what it is. Trust and believe. All I gotta say for now is angles play a big part, but we're gonna get into that another time. Okay? A lot of people in the comments talking about sex, just all type of dumb, non-verbal. Trust and believe. He's verbal, and if he's not verbal to his kins, then I don't know what's going on over there, but around here he be verbal, and I got proof. What you say?
I'll give him a hug.
You want to get a hug?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Every day I'm hustling. Every day I'm hustling. Every day I'm hustling.
He looks very aware and comfortable to me, so y'all need to stop jumping to conclusions. Even though, yeah, I do see how he look, but trust me, it's not that. Enough is enough. Stay tuned.
So this dumb chick gonna try to blame the angles, no accountability. Then she also mentioned this being essay and saying this is no way this is essay. If it was a man doing the exact same thing to his female patient, everyone would be calling this essay.
I think she
I'm
needs to
talking to
take a
him.
duct tape, put it in her mouth.
He's trying to this one.
Yeah.
You've been trying to for the past hour.
No.
His girl standing there and everything. Okay, let's go. I want to be. Is there a way? Are you filming? We got
Luciferians.
You don't like trouble. You know what? We got the sun right here. I want to get sex trafficked. Who's ready? Okay, are you a black woman?
I am.
Okay, so let's talk. Okay, so what is a black woman doing here? Because this looks very strange. Hey, she's an American.
I'm an American.
Okay, no, we don't.
Wait.
I am from the pit of hell.
Let me explain.
No, we can't do that here.
No, I'm a foundational black American. I got every right to be here, baby.
Okay.
For sure. For sure.
American blood.
That's right.
She just said she's Lucifer. This looks wrong. She's a trafficker.
Where you from?
I'm from hell. Hold on, wait.
Yeah. That's, you don't understand. Yeah.
Can you ask
Americans get together? What are you talking about, lady?
This looks very strange. Hold on, wait. So what is a foundational black American? What does that mean?
Coming for you. That means my people built this country.
Okay, knowing that you're a foundational black American, so that means your ancestors are slaves. So slaves.
Yeah,
we're fighting the deep state. And you're okay with voting for Trump and supporting him?
Lady, this is a historical moment. I'm here because I'm an American. No, regardless, he is our president right now. That's the reality of it. Whether I voted for him or not, he is our president. Get it together. What are you talking about? Out of here.
I was comfortable in my area, then I had to shut everything down and move around. Yeah. Okay, so briefly, right? Because we were talking earlier. Yeah, you gotta mute your go eat it.
I'm sorry?
Mute your YouTube. You gotta mute your YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like a playback.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but you got a playback in the background where it's double.
I mute my YouTube. I got off the YouTube channel. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I hear playback, so it's like throwing me off.
Is it coming from my microphone?
It's like
Maybe
it's
it's
coming from your speakers or something like that.
Okay. Is it better now?
No, I hear you, but the playback is. Well, it might be me. Hold on, let me see. I'm believing you. It might be me. Yeah, it might have been me.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Okay. Oh, yeah. I think that was me. My fault. Okay. So anyway, so because you're back, right? We had like a little brief meeting. Do you mind just giving background of yourself again?
Okay, so the background me, like I said, I am a YouTube content creator, if that's what you like to call it. I have my own channel, which is called Tiffany 89, which I deal with a lot of history, particularly African American history and African history in general. And also I talk a little bit about psychology and sociology type of stuff as well, or also look at current events. I subscribe as an African American. Okay.
Because people wanted to know from last time where you FBA or what we call FBA.
No, I'm gonna say this for the public. I am not an FBA. I don't identify with FBA. I don't identify with ADOS. Okay.
No, it's not. It's not that. No, it's not that. Okay, so let me just say, when we say FBA, because think about it. You said you're Black American, right?
I am African American. I say I don't identify with the FBA movement. Okay.
No. It's okay. That's anyway.
I don't identify with that.
Yeah, but there's no. See, the thing is with people. Okay, so just imagine like there's a white group, like a white nationalist group, that's like radical. You don't blame the entire white race by this radical group, or like the Taliban. You don't blame the entire population because of the Taliban. So what Tariq and Yvette and these guys did simply was re-identify us, right? Because you are African American and so am I. But before that, we were slaves, and after that, we were Negroes.
We were enslaved Africans.
Right.
We were enslaved Africans.
Right.
Well,
right.
Our ancestors were enslaved Africans.
Right. I get the terminology, but the Emancipation Proclamation freed who?
It freed the Africans, Americans, the Africans that were enslaved.
Right. So when you're enslaved, the system itself is called, like right now, we're in white supremacy. But if you're enslaved, you're in the system of slavery. But anyway, the point is, when we got here, we were enslaved. You're right about that. Right. But we were called something. White people called us something. It wasn't nothing nice.
Oh, it was the N word. The Nigger word, yeah.
But before that, like when they took us off the boat, right, and they put us right in chains right away. They called us slaves. No, they called us slaves.
Yes, they called us slaves, yes,
right.
And colored and niggers.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So that's why I was drawing a pattern. So they've been naming us as much as they can, right? They called us slaves. We were, like you said, we're not slaves, we're enslaved. So they called us slaves, they call us colored, or they call us Negroes first, they call us colored, right? All the way up until Jesse Jackson made the term African American popular. Okay. So what Jesse Jackson did is the same thing Tariq Nasheed did, and what Yvette Cornell and also the Freedmen people did. All they did was just say, hey, we don't like the term African American because they don't believe it's all exclusive. For example, a person from Haiti is Haitian, so they're uniquely different from us. But when they immigrate to America, on the application, they can put Black American, but they're Haitian and they're immigrant. So they could benefit from immigration status, and they could also benefit for things that were set aside for people who lineage date back to slavery, Jim Crow, those things. Haitians don't date back to Jim Crow. So if there was a set aside for us and the harm that was caused to us, all the hell we caught from the KKK, from the dogs biting on us. There was no Haitians around. So we don't want people. So if there's a set aside for us only, the same thing a set aside was set for the Native Americans. A set aside was set for the Japanese when World War II happened. So everybody that was harmed by white people compensated them only. They didn't let other Asians join, right? Or other indigenous people. It's just the people they harmed. So we were the people they harmed exclusively. They didn't harm Haitians back in the slavery and Jim Crow days. So if something is set aside, we don't want people coming over here at the opportunity to take what's set for us. So
Okay, hold on, sir. Can I stop you right there?
Go ahead.
Can I stop you right there?
Sure,
Let me stop
sure.
you right there. You're incorrect.
Okay, go ahead.
You act like those in the Caribbean weren't affected by slavery. Slavery was an international business.
No, of course.
It was an international business. It was not a United States of America business. It was a global commodity. Okay, so that those in the Caribbean, they dealt with the effects of slavery. Those in Latin America,
Who enslaved those in the Caribbean?
Hold on. The Europeans enslaved those people in the Caribbean.
But it wasn't the American Europeans, right?
People that enslaved our ancestors also enslaved them as well, and
No,
also
I
enslaved those in Latin America.
No, I understand you, sis. But what I'm saying is, you have British, right? British people. You got white people that live in France. You got so basically you got Northern Europeans. You got Southern. You got Western. You got Eastern. All right. So now the UK Britons, they were responsible for our brothers in the Caribbean. They enslaved them. You're right. But that's a different white man than the white man that's in Russia.
They also enslaved us here in America too.
I know. I'm getting somewhere. But the people who enslaved us in America, they were British subjects. They was not the people in the UK who were enslaving the Caribbean. The people who came over here left and rebelled from UK, saw independence, and then they got us over here. Okay, and then they enslaved us. So the people who enslaved us were no longer in Britain. They was cut off. They fought for independence, and now they over here. And we built America, right? We did. So what I'm saying is, all of the black folks of the diaspora were all enslaved, but they were enslaved by different nations. So the Haitians were enslaved and treated badly by the French, pretty much. The Caribbean was enslaved by the British, and we were enslaved by who we call the Americans. So now, when the Caribbean can't have what's that called, chat? So the Caribbean already had the reparations claim, but guess what? We're not a part of it. They didn't include us because they're saying the UK British, the English, had enslaved us only. The Haitians' claim is against the French, not the Americans and not the Germans. Their claim is just with the French. So you got to be very specific of who harmed.
It's all connected. It's all connected. This is the part that I keep telling you. How did you think the French got Louisiana? They were fighting against the British people to take over fighting against the Spanish people. Did you know Louisiana was a Spanish colony before it became a French colony?
Yeah,
they were fighting each other, okay? Right. And after they got done fighting each other, right, then that's when the British took over, all right? So yes, what makes you think that there was that the French did not have anything to do with slaves here in America?
That's
what
not
makes you think that the French did not have anything to do with slaves here in America? Okay. The Spanish and the Portuguese were one of the first Europeans to go over there to Africa and grab slaves and bring them here to the Atlantic. As a matter of fact, you can look up the history about South Carolina. You know, the Spanish brought Africans from the Congo area to the area that we know today is South Carolina. Back in the 1500s.
Right. And there was no America then. All right. So and there's no Jamaican then. So listen. So I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna ask you a question. So you're right. When the Africans were dropped off, right, different areas, they were all African. But at some point, the Africans in Haiti were called Haitians. The Africans in Jamaica were called Jamaicans. The Africans in America were called Black Americans. At some point, we all went through an ethnogenesis, all of us. Even though we start off as Africans, but we started to develop our own cultures, our own language, our own religion, mores, all that stuff. which made us uniquely different after a while. So Haitians have a different experience, a different worldview than African Americans, the continental Africans, and also Jamaicans. The Caribbean has a different worldview, separate from the Haitians, people over here in America, and the continent, right? And Americans, we have a different experience than those of the Haitians, those of the Jamaicans, and the continental Africans. So yes, we are all, our race is African, our race is Black, all of us. But then our ethnicity is not the same because we went through different cultural experiences. So Haiti has their language and their food. Jamaicans have their language, their culture, how they dress, and their food. And Americans, we have our language, the way we dress, and our food. So we're different culturally, but we're the same racially. So as a result, America is responsible for why America. Can you agree that America is the reason why us Black African Americans have an American culture?
Say that one more time.
Okay, so America had their own culture. They had their own holidays, customs, and we took on those, right? So America is responsible for our American culture. Will you agree with that?
You mean as far as the Western culture? Yes, because we were enslaved here. Yes, we picked up on the Western culture, of course.
Point.
And
so
also the Caribbean picked up on the Western culture too.
No, wait. No.
Yes.
Look,
yes, if you study, yes.
Do Black Americans do Carnival?
Breaking news. Major financial institutions are preparing for the biggest bull market we've seen in
Yes, Mardi Gras. What you think Mardi Gras is?
Wait, no, that's not Carnival. No, that's not Carnival.
What do you think Mardi Gras is? It's a form of carnival. It's similar to Juve, which is celebrated out in Trinidad. It's very similar.
Okay, but all of the carnival came from the Romans, right? So now the Caribbean captives, they used to dress up. So the etymology, the origins of that are from the Jamaican oppressors, not the American oppressors, because these white people over here wasn't doing that. And the French wasn't doing that. So it was the British who was dressing up and acting a fool, and the Caribbean dressed up mocking them. So when they did it, they dressed up cosplaying, mocking the white folks, the white Romans and those people. But this was only a Caribbean thing. Haitians weren't doing it, and we weren't doing it. It was mainly the Caribbean dressing up, mocking their colonizers. And then when the colonizers left, right, they saw independence, they just made it their own. Like kind of like what we do over here in America. Like we got slang, and same thing with the Haitians. They took French, they remixed and made Creole. So all of us was inspired, or not inspired, but all of us was influenced by our unique white people that colonized us, and we adopted their culture. So the American culture is different from the UK culture. UK culture is different from the Haitian culture. You can see it from our clothes, our dress, and our languages. Like we had different colonizers. You agree with that? She's on mute.
Yeah, I'm here.
So do you agree that we all had different colonizers as far as customs?
Not 100%. No, not 100%. I mean, yes, you had, because like I said, when we go back to the history about the Atlantic, right? Yes, there were certain ones that went to like various parts of the Atlantic. Like you had the Portuguese that went over there to South America when they brought the Africans over into what is now called Brazil, right? And you had the Spanish also conquer other parts of South America too. But when we talk about United States, you're talking about the Dutch. You're talking about the British people. You're talking about the French people. You know what I'm saying? And even with the Spanish people, so it was a combination of multiple, different European group that, had their own slaves and brought them here to the Atlantic. So the same people, and not to mention the British also had land in the Caribbean. They had multiple lands in the Caribbean. Okay, so the same people that took our African ancestors and brought them over here to America also brought them over to the Caribbean and also brought them to Latin America. So what we gonna see that there we are very connected in more ways than we think. We have a lot in common with those in the Caribbean and those in Central West Africa more than what we think because of our bloodline. So no matter what we identify ourselves, no matter if you want to say FBA, ADOS, whatever, your DNA does not change. It's not going to change because it's going to go back to that root where you come from, your ancestry roots, which is Central West African roots. Same with the Jamaican people. Their roots going to go back to Central West Africa. Same with those over there in Brazil, Central West Africa. Same with the blacks in Latin America, Central West Africa. So we have a lot in common. Now, is there differences in how we practice our culture? Absolutely. Is there differences in our language? Yes, but there's also similarities as well. And also what you will learn, like if you look up the history with Miami, for example, right? Not only black people play a pivotal role in Miami, but also the Bahamian people. The blacks from the Bahamas, they also played a role in Miami. When we look at the history of South Carolina, you know when they speak Gullah Geechee, right? You will think that they're speaking the Caribbean language. Right, it sounds very similar to those in Jamaica. It sounds very similar to those in Barbados. As a matter of fact, the people from Barbados, right, also played a pivotal role in South Carolina as well. See, a lot of people don't know that. So there was always a relationship between African Americans and the Afro-Caribbean people. And when you going back to what you said about the fact that there was no Haitian people that was affected during civil rights movement, or no Caribbean people that was going through the situation here in America. There were people who fought in the civil rights movement. We can name some few, like Kwame and what's his name? Kwame Ture, yes. Stokely Carmichael. Yes, he was originally from Trinidad. Okay, we can go into details about Sidney Poitier, who was born in Florida, but his parents was from the Caribbean. Okay, Harry Belafonte, who was also a civil rights activist, his parents was from Jamaica. You know what I'm saying? But he was affected by Jim Crow. They were affected by racism. All right. So they didn't look at them and say, well, okay, these people are Jamaican, they are Haitian, so we're gonna treat them differently. We're gonna give them a slap on the wrist. We're gonna treat them fairly or whatnot. No, they didn't look at them like that. They looked at them as, hey, you all are black, you all are Negroes at the end of the day. So if that was the case, a lot of them wouldn't even end up in the hood. They wouldn't end up in the project. They wouldn't end up, you know what I'm saying, living in poverty. I know people personally.
So
hold on. I know people personally who have a Caribbean background, okay, who's coming from Africa, but guess what? They grew up in the hood. Let's take Biggie Small, for example. Biggie Small, mama is from Jamaica, but Biggie grew up in the projects in Brooklyn, New York. His mama couldn't afford to live in no mansion. She couldn't afford to live in no middle class community. He had to live in the projects.
All right, so let me step in.
So I don't know where you're getting all this from. That doesn't make any sense. Your argument is not making sense at this moment.
I didn't make my argument yet.
I'll do my best. That's why it's yours.
All right, so because we're just talking. All right, so for one, let me help you out. So when you say Kwame Ture, when you say Kwame Ture and these guys with non-African American history, all right. Now I don't know when they got to this country, okay, but it wasn't long ago because there were immigration acts that I'm gonna help you out with in the chat. So
sweetheart, I'm well studied, sweetheart. Okay. You need to help yourself out.
Nah, that's okay.
I got books. I read.
Okay, cool. But it's like I can't read everything. That's why I'm talking to you. You can't read everything. So that's why we kind of.
I have a book up here that I can read from if you like for me to read.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying no matter how much I study about African American history, I'm not going to read it all. Right? There's some things that I'm not going to come across. I'll be ignorant to. And if I talk to you, you might know those things I don't know, and vice versa. So, but not only do I study African American history, I study white American history. Okay, so that's what I was going to go into right now. So, so after Black Reconstruction, right, after white folks pretty much took our stuff, changed the laws, and well, actually the North left. This is what happened. The North took their troops and left. And once they did that, they basically left us naked to the defeated, miserable, bitter Southern racist whites, the Confederates. So now with no protection, because by the way, we thrived during Black Reconstruction because the North troops were still there, and we got our own. We started to have our own military amongst ourselves. We got to Congress. We was really thriving with protection. So when our rights were protected, we have a history of thriving in this country. When our rights are protected, when our rights are not protected, you see Jim Crow follow right away. So that's what ended up happening, right? So once the North took the troops and left, and our rights were no longer protected, white racists went crazy on us. They removed us from all of our positions in Congress, all of our positions in law enforcement, sheriff, all that type of stuff, right? They removed us, mayors, governors, that type of stuff. They removed us, and they subjected us to a second-class citizen, like a caste system, really, second-class citizen and a caste system, which was called Black Codes and Jim Crow. Now, from there, acts were passed in the early 1900s. Acts were passed that only it was called Immigration Acts. 1917 is one, where white people even discriminated against themselves. So when we say Europeans, we're talking about Northern, Southern, Western, and Eastern. Okay, go. So when we're talking about Europeans, we're talking about Northern, Western, Southern, Eastern. So this is not just for you, right? Because you might know this stuff, but this is for the chat too, as well. Because when you talk to me, you're talking to the chat as well. Okay, so white people even discriminate against themselves.
You want me to take seat?
Let me see. Wait, he got to poop. No, he got to go to the bathroom. Yeah, he got to go to the bathroom. Okay, all right. So now, white people, when they passed one of the early Immigration Acts, 1917, that was to discriminate against whites, right? They looked at the Armenians, Albanians, the Slavians, all those guys are inferior whites. So they were not allowed in this country at all, zero. Okay, so they banned Eastern whites and Southern whites. Okay, they're done. They only allow who they believe was like Germanic whites, who were like pure-blooded. So they only allow Northern and Western whites in this country. Okay, so what I'm communicating to you is this: if white people didn't let themselves in, they damn sure ain't let no Black person in from outside of America. You were not coming in legally. Now, if somebody was here, they came here illegally. If a Black immigrant came here during the early Jim Crow eras, they didn't come here legally. They came here illegally because there was a lot of people coming in illegally, by the way. Okay, so now I want to say in 1924, what whites did from there was they had another Immigration Act, and they had more restrictions on those Eastern and Southern whites, right? They were not allowed in America at all. So now they was going to pass an act in 1924 remember they passed another Immigration Act in 24. They were going to allow the Mexicans over before they allowed their own white people in this country, obviously for cheap labor. So to get to the point, a lot of white folks resented that. They said, hell no. How you allow, they called them peons and mixed breeds. They called Mexicans mixed breeds in the early 1900s. They said, how you gonna allow these mixed breeds, these peons to come over before our own whites in Eastern and Southern Europe? So what they did from that point on, they classified Mexicans as whites to justify allowing them over before the Eastern and Southern whites. I'm only saying this to point this out. Nobody Black was coming to this country at that time legally. You were coming in, if you came over here, it was for slave work. And they sent your ass back. Okay, so all these Kwame Touaregs, this was during the civil rights movement when they came over here. There was very few, the Black people in America during that time was like 97% African American. There was like little to no Black immigrants.
How do you know that? You don't know that how many immigrants was over here prior to that time. Come on now. Let's stop that. Come on.
So you think,
come on, cause nah. Okay. Now let's talk about this. Do you know that there was Africans that was transported from the Caribbeans and that was brought here to America?
No, okay,
All right.
watch this.
Yeah,
Yeah, yes,
wait a minute, let
okay.
me show you this.
Well, no,
This is
you
how
asked
you
me a
know
question.
that genetics
Let
don't
me answer.
lie.
No, let
Genetics
me
don't
answer.
lie.
Let me answer. Those blacks were Jamaicans, and they were helped to build the Panama Canal.
It wasn't just Jamaican people.
Well, listen.
They
Well,
just they
no.
weren't.
There were 300. There were 300,000 Jamaicans. Okay, so hold on. Now I know this history. Now there was 300. There was a lot of Jamaicans. A majority were Jamaicans. There was 300,000 Jamaicans. Everybody else was spotted in numbers, but it was dominantly Jamaicans. And guess what? They didn't stay here. They did some agriculture work and they sent their ass back.
Not all on was sent back. No, not all on was sent back.
Okay,
No.
so out of 300,000, how many stayed?
No.
So out of 300,000, how many stayed? You think? Just give me a number.
I know that all on wasn't sent back. I know that for sure.
They was sent back. If some snuck away, it's like a handful. But it was 20. But listen, it was 22 million black folks at that time. By the way, 22 million. Okay, so almost all of blacks, again, 97% of black society were Black Americans, African Americans, Negroes, colored, however you want to call it. But it was mainly us by ourselves. Okay, so this is why like most people from the Caribbean, they don't know what Jim Crow is. Like because in their country they're the dominant race. Listen.
Are you sure about that? You sure
Yes.
they don't?
Yes.
You sure about that? Have you read Dr. Eric Williams' book about capitalism and slavery?
No.
Have you read his book? Have you read his book?
No.
Have you read his book? You never read this book, right?
Nah, I didn't read that.
Yeah.
Is
So
he saying? Is he saying?
He wrote a lot. He wrote on capitalism and slavery. Okay. Now,
but is he saying Caribbeans is over here?
Right before Jim Crow period. Now, remind you, he was a prime minister and he was an author. Okay, when he wrote this book. All right, Walter Rodney, who was also, another Caribbean guy. Right, he was actually from Guyana. Okay, from South America. He wrote this book about how Europe undeveloped Africa. He wrote this book. So to sit here and think that the Caribbeans didn't know anything about what was going on during slavery or let alone about Jim Crow, that's a total lie.
They didn't know, and I'll tell you why.
That's a total lie. That's a total lie.
Okay, look.
That's a total lie in itself.
Okay, watch this. Do you know how many Jamaicans there is in the world?
Do you know how many Jamaicans there is in the world? I can't tell you off the top of my head how many Jamaicans there are.
So in 2025, there's not more than 10 million. There's not a lot of these guys. Matter of fact, I'm sorry. I think the Caribbean world totally is like 10 million. There's not a lot of these guys. Okay. So there's not a lot now. There's 43 million African Americans. There's about 10 million Caribbean total.
Okay.
And I think 4 million of them are in America. And only 1 million are Jamaican, and only 1 million are Nigerian. There's not a lot of Caribbean people in this world.
Okay.
In 2025, so there was certainly not a lot in America at that time. Okay, because so they weren't. And again, if some
which one is it? If it was or it wasn't?
Well, both, because you could come here legally and illegally.
Okay.
Right. So a lot of people were coming here illegally, and just because you came here illegally doesn't mean you were turned around. So they would naturalize you. So if you had some Asians over here, or Hispanics, or let's say some black folks over here, some black immigrants, or Mexicans, they didn't necessarily turn them around. They naturalized them. So they gave them like labor, like they were cheap labor. They ain't turn around cheap labor, so they kept them. But they were small numbers. It was not large enough to make up a community. They're very small numbers. Like I said, there was 22 million black folks, and there was like 200 million white folks. Yeah. So if any of them experienced Jim Crow, it was really a handful. It's not like a lot of Jamaicans could say, or Caribbean or Nigerians could say, "Hey, I experienced." No, they did not. That was exclusively a Black American thing, just like the experience in Jamaica. What they went through over there, like they had them do the sugar cane or agriculture, all that hardship.
Yes.
Yeah. So we could say Jamaicans pretty much exclusively just experienced that over there. We can't say Haitians and Black Americans share that same experience. We didn't.
You don't
Because
know that. You have not studied enough. This is how I know you did not study enough history to say they did not experience racism over here in America.
no, I'm
during
saying
prior
no, I'm saying
time
Jamaica.
period.
I'm saying Jamaica right now. Jamaica.
Jamaicans, yeah, you cannot say that they did not experience racism here in America.
All right, so
You
look,
cannot say that. You don't know enough. You cannot say that. You don't know what a lot of them had to experience when they came here to America.
can I
And
share
to
my
be
screen?
honest, a lot of them did experience racism. I just gave you an example of Harry Belafonte.
Okay,
Okay, he
so
was born here in America, but his parents were from Jamaica.
all
You
right, so
don't
look,
think they
you
experienced
know what?
racism?
You know what? Pull them up and share your screen. Pull them up.
You don't know who Harry Belafonte is?
No, I want to look up his origins.
Okay, all right, let's look it up. Harry Belafonte.
Because again, it's not about me and you. We have a listening audience that want to know, and they probably don't know what we're talking about. So it's always good to share.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Hey, there's no problem. No problem. Understandable. Totally understandable. All right, let me see.
What's your sign?
I don't really do zodiac sign like that, but since you asked, I'm a Virgo.
Hmm.
Yeah.
That explains a lot.
Yeah, but I'm not into zodiac signs like
Let
that.
me take an Advil, because now I know what I'm in for. You're a Virgo? Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay.
Knock yourself out.
Go ahead.
All right, so this is so you can find his information right here on Wikipedia, right? And
all right, so let me read that. Go up. Let me read that. Let me read that. Okay, so early life. Belafonte was born Harold George Belafonte Jr. Is that it right there? On March 1st. Okay.
Yeah, that's it right there. Yeah.
Okay. So he was definitely born in Jim Crow. All right. He was born in Harlem. He was the son of a Jamaican-born parents, Harold George Belafonte, 19 worked as a. Okay, so he was definitely born into Jim Crow. Wait, his mother was the child of a Scottish Jamaican. Okay, and an African. Oh, wait a minute. He's mixed.
Yes. Okay. So yes.
Oh, okay,
so his mother was a Scottish Jamaican and Afro Jamaican father, and also said that his father was a child of the Afro Jamaican mother.
But here's my question now: where did his mother go? Did she go back to Jamaica, or where she was staying here too in the United States?
Well, let's see. We gotta read further down to find out. We gotta see. We gotta see.
Let's find out who his mom is, because his mom could have been sent back. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, I'm saying find me a Jamaican who's not mixed, who was in this country in Jim Crow, because he was mixed. Find me one who's not mixed, who was in this country in Jim Crow, during Jim Crow.
Okay. So, okay, now with me finding this, Daniel, what point is you trying to prove? I mean,
I'm trying to prove that Black immigrants were not here like that. Maybe 1, 2, 3, a sprinkle. 1, 2, 3,
let's
4.
Let's look up some Jamaican Americans. Jamaican Americans
during Jim Crow.
Cicely Tyson. Cicely Tyson.
All right, look her up.
You know,
pull her up. Let's read it.
Okay, yeah, Cicely Tyson, has a Jamaican background. Let's look at Cicely Tyson.
Why are doctors using these strange pouches to eliminate disease-spreading rodents in 24 hours? Watch what's happening. These amazing pouches are creating an invisible barrier that mice and rats can't cross.
This is feisty.
Yeah, because see, actually, her parents was from the West Indies.
I'm not even challenging you, by the way.
Her sister from West Indies. Her sister from, her family from West Indies. My bad. I thought they was from Jamaica.
Okay,
Yeah, but
no, that's all the same. No, when I say Jamaica, I'm really talking about the entire Caribbean. So she's from the West Indies. She counts. So let's look her up.
She from her family is from the West Indies. Her parents. Watch this.
Oh, okay, they're from the West. Right. So I want to know, when did she come to America?
Well, she was born here in America.
And what year? Here. What year?
In 1924.
Share your screen.
Yeah, do you see it?
No. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I do see it. Okay.
Okay.
Right,
yeah, she was born here in 1924. She was born in New York City. Okay.
All right. Wait. Go back up. Back up to the top. Okay, wait. Okay, scroll down. Look, slow. You scroll down. 24. Wait. Okay, so she was born in New York, 1924. Okay. So wait. So spouses. Where's her parents?
Okay, that's what we about to scroll down to.
Okay.
Her early life.
Right here. Okay. Tyson was born in the Bronx, New York City, but soon relocated with her family to East Harlem. She was one of 3 children born to Frederica Huggins Tyson, a domestic worker. And William Augustine, who worked as a carpenter and painter. Her parents were immigrants from Nevis in the West Indies. That counts as quote unquote Jamaica. Her father arrived in New York at age 21 and was processed at Ellis Island on August 4th, 1990. Okay, so yes, this is legitimate. So she was born in Jim Crow. Now, what I'm saying to you is that's why I said it's a sprinkle of them. There was
It's a long list. I mean, I can.
No. It's not a long list.
It's a long list. It's a long list because she's.
No,
it's a list. It's a list of people. Let's look. Okay, I can pull it up. Let's look up. Let's look up.
For the simple fact, we know names. We know it's a small list. Because if it's a large list, we don't got to say names. We could just go to the city. Hey, this city was filled with West Indian people, right? It'd be that simple. But the fact we're naming names, we know it's a small list.
No, it's not a small list. Look. Okay, let's look up West Indian Americans.
Yeah. Wait. 1920s. Google West Indian Americans in the 1920s. Because we got Google, the numbers. West Indians in the 1920s in America, because we got the numbers. We know they ain't mass populated until the 1980s.
I mean, okay.
That's what we do know. They were in Jamaica for the most part.
Okay, you are stuck on Jamaica like there's nothing else going on. Like,
no.
You just stuck on Jamaica like.
It says if you listen to my words and don't
watch this. Hold on. It says in the 1920s, West Indian Americans were a growing population in the United States, experiencing a significant wave of immigrants.
Share your screen.
Can't you see my screen? You can't see my screen.
No, I'm looking at you.
Okay, hold on.
And your hoop earrings. Your Queen Latifah earrings. That's what I'm looking at.
Well, these ain't Queen Latifah earrings at all.
All right. Well, Moni in the middle. All right.
Yeah. All right. So in 1920, right? Okay. And you can look this up on AI if you got AI.
Nah, I'm looking at your screen. Okay.
Okay. But I'm just saying, just for future reference.
Go back to the top. We're gonna read all. We're gonna read all that.
Let me read it to you. Okay.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right, in 1920, West Indian Americans were a growing population in the United States, experiencing a significant wave of immigration from the British West Indies, particularly during the first 3 decades of the 20th century, with the peak occurring in the early 1920s. Most of these immigrants were laborers who found work in areas like New York, South Florida, and Massachusetts, often working in manual labor jobs due to limited opportunity available to them.
Okay, go ahead. Large influx. Go ahead.
Okay. Now over here it says the United States and the Caribbean, 1877 to 1920. There's another article over here.
No, yeah, but we're not finished with the first article. Let's finish there first.
Okay.
Where's the AI at?
It's right here.
I want the AI article.
Okay, so wait. So the first major wave of West Indian immigration to the United States occurred between 1881 and 1915, with many working on the Panama Canal before migrating further north.
Okay, stop right there. Many means most.
Yes, of course, duh.
Okay, right. So now check this out. So that's my point. I'm saying when they came over here, they came over to do a job. They came over here to build the canal, and that's what they did. Now, maybe a few stuck around, but that's okay. So now most of them are in the canal. All right, so now let's keep reading. Go ahead.
Okay. It says major source countries. The majority of the West Indian immigrants in this period came from British colonies, and checkmate, British colonies.
Right.
Okay, but no.
Their
Let's
reparations come from British.
going back to earlier when you was talking about slaves and all of that, and saying that the British did not. Yeah. So
Nah,
that's the checkmate.
I said the British. I said the British. So look, I'm saying their reparations gonna come from the British, not American reparation, not Haitian reparation. Their reparations come from the British. Haitian reparations come
There
from
was no reparation for them. These people had to fight for independence. They didn't get no money till they come.
No.
Hold on. You know that Haiti still owe money to France.
Right. It says they all got reparations claims.
They ain't get no reparation. If you
No.
against somebody, you don't get no reparation.
Sis, listen, hold on.
The Haitian fought for independence.
Wait, just listen for a second. Slow down. I'm not even debating you. I'm just
because you're wrong. There was no reparation.
Look, I did not say that. I said reparation claim. If I got an insurance claim, if I got a lawsuit claim, I didn't win yet. It's a claim to be won later. So they
how long is it gonna take for the Haitians to win their claim against the French people if they owe money to French?
All right, look, let's finish reading first, and then we'll talk about that. Let's finish reading.
I want you to ponder on that for a moment, please. Thank you. All right. So the majority of the West Indian immigrants in this period came from British colonies like Jamaica, Trinidad, and Barbados. All right. And the labor market, right? These immigrants often took on low-wage jobs in agriculture, construction, and domestic work. And then down here where it says the urban concentration, while dispersed across the country, a significant number of West Indian Americans settled in major cities like New York City, where they contribute to the cultural fabric, especially in Harlem. Now, despite their growing numbers, West Indian immigrants faced discrimination. Faced discrimination and limited opportunities due to racial prejudice.
Hey, now wait.
Make sure that they don't deal with prejudice.
No, the word wasn't prejudice, man. The word was Jim Crow.
It says racial prejudice right there. I read it. How you gonna?
Tiffany, hold on.
I just read it to you.
Tiffany, hold on. Slow down. Stop. Slow down.
No, you stop because you all over the place right now.
No, listen, just have a
conversation. All over the place, sir. Please be in line.
Tiffany, have you ever suffered prejudice growing up in your life? Experienced it?
I'm quite sure I have.
Okay, were you in the system Jim Crow when you experienced it?
No, I was not in the system of Jim Crow.
Right, and neither were they. They're up north.
Hey,
Jim Crow was southern.
And limited opportunity due to racial prejudice.
No, listen to what I'm saying, Tiff. Listen to me.
What are you saying?
Tiffany, listen. Jim Crow was in the south. They're in the north.
You don't think they had Jim Crow laws?
No, it was a southern. Tiffany, I just said
it's
that.
Not just a southern thing. Okay, let's look at Jim Crow laws.
Yeah, that was the South. That was Confederate.
You don't think so?
That
You
was
don't
the
think
Confederate states, Tiffany.
Hold on.
Okay,
You don't think they dealt with? You don't think they dealt with racial prejudice either?
No.
Prejudice.
You just said you dealt with racism and prejudice, but you were not in Jim Crow.
No.
So you can experience it, but not be in Jim Crow.
I didn't say I dealt with racism. You asked me, did I deal with some form of prejudice?
Okay.
And I said yes, I have. I'm quite sure I have.
Jim Crow was the South.
Okay, so yes, it was introduced in the United States, but let's go further and see.
All right, hey, Tiffany, 97% of Black people lived in the South.
Yes.
All right, so those Haitians were by themselves in the North. There was no Black folks up there. There's no FBAs up there. No Black Americans.
But you know, the Haitians also. Haitians also in Florida, right? You know, a lot of Haitians in Florida.
Yes,
right?
That's East Coast. That's not Mississippi.
That's the South.
Man,
Florida is in the South. What are you talking about?
You had the Florida Seminole. No, they did not. Your people sought refuge in Florida from white supremacy.
Oh my God! You don't think the people in Florida was affected by Jim Crow?
Ma'am, no.
Are you serious? Okay,
no.
Look,
Jim Crow was Mississippi. You got a movie called Mississippi Burning.
Okay, let's look at Jim Crow in Florida.
Okay. Sure.
Oh my God! You really think these people in Florida was not affected Jim Crow laws?
No, Jim Crow.
Okay.
Now look.
Okay.
Wait.
You sure about that? You sure about that?
Okay. So as you do that,
you sure about that? Watch this. It's right here. Watch this.
Okay.
Let me walk you through. It said Jim Crow laws in Florida were a set of segregation laws that prevented Black citizens from using the same facility as white citizens. These laws were in place from 1860s through the 1960s. Example of Jim Crow laws in Florida. Public transportation. Passengers were assigned to specific seats
Public
or waiting rooms
transportation.
based on wait. Hold on, it's more. It's
Are
more.
you serious?
It's more. If you're looking at the screen, it's more. It's more. Schools, Black students were educated in separate schools that were often underfunded. Beaches, Black people were not allowed to use public beaches. Restrooms, Black people and white people were not allowed to use the same restroom.
What's so bad about that? We're talking about the South, though.
Okay, you know what? I think we're gonna have to end this conversation because I can't. I can't.
No, you're listen.
No, I can't. And you said what's so bad about that? Did you just ask what's so bad about Jim Crow in Florida?
No. What's so bad about things you're reading? I'm saying Jim Crow in the South, where people were being hung.
Yes, Florida is in the South.
Tiffany, people were being. We got a book called 100 Years of Lynching. Those were Southern. The KKK was mainly in Southern states like Mississippi, the Carolinas.
Florida is a Southern state.
No, okay.
Hold on. So is Florida not a Southern state?
Yeah. Well, it's called Southern, but the KKK didn't
Oh my
populate that.
God! Oh my goodness! What the hell?
Tiffany.
Oh my goodness! Did you just sit here and say Florida is not a Southern state?
No, I said it was. Listen, what I'm saying.
You said it was. It still is a Southern state. What is you saying?
Okay, cool. Listen, what I'm saying though. I'm saying, North Carolina, Monroe had a population of 12,000 people. This is North Carolina. 7,500 of 12,000 were Klansmen. So that means almost the entire city were Klansmen. Can you show me that in Florida? And black people lived amongst. So now black people made up probably 2,000, 3,000. Most of the city that's just Klansmen. That's not counting the whites who are not in the Klan. So black folks made up now. If Black Americans, African Americans made up a small portion of the city. That's what I'm talking about. That's the Jim Crow state.
Hold on. Okay, now you know there's a book. It's called The Invisible. Watch this. The Invisible Empire: The Ku Klux Klan in Florida. Florida History and Culture. There's a book that you can check out on Amazon.
All right, and we'll check it out. But what we got right now is we got African Americans. We got our cities blown up, not Jamaican cities, not West Indian cities. Okay.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Oh my God. You all over the place. What the hell?
I'm showing you how they didn't experience we experienced. Okay. Show me the Jamaican man who's lynched. Good.
No. But let's go back to Florida. You just said that Florida was not the South. You say it was not the South.
Chat. She can draw that from me all she wants. I said it was the South. Why would I say not the South?
You said it was the South. That's past tense. That's past tense.
Well, we're talking about the past. So I'm gonna use a past tense word.
Okay. Florida is still the South.
Right, but we're talking about past tense. I'm gonna say Florida was the we're talking about it was.
And you said they had no
about Jim Crow, right?
And you said there was no Jim Crow.
No, the Jim Crow was popping in states like Mississippi, the Carolinas, I think Virginia. Like there were certain states where the KKK just that's where all the drama was. That's where that's where
you said that Florida. I thought I could have sworn you said that Florida did not have no Jim Crow.
No, you read some soft stuff. You didn't read lynching.
Are you serious? Did you just say that's some soft stuff? That's soft. Being segregated. I want you to tell them. Hold on. Cause see now you just tried it. You just tried it. You just tried it.
There were some blacks that would love this. There were some blacks that would love that.
Disrespectful what you just said. That is disrespectful to those people.
Beaches?
No. That is disrespectful. Because you don't know what they experience a lot of hardship out there.
Why didn't Dr. King march in Florida?
Hold on, it ain't about that. But when Dr. King spoke on everything.
I'm saying, but he went to the worst. But he went to the most racist places in America.
What he still was addressing black issues here in America.
Alabama's another state. I'm saying, but he went to the worst racist states to demonstrate, to practice his civil rights.
No.
Why he go to Florida?
No. How we know that he never went to Florida?
because we know
No,
where he
no,
went.
so what you just said, hold on, let me stop you right there. What you just said was downright disrespectful. That's disrespectful what you said. That's some soft stuff. Well, put yourself in these people's shoes and see how it feels to go through the hardship that they had to endure. You can't go to the beach. You got to find somewhere else to go. You can't even go to a public restaurant. You got to go to the most filthiest bathroom. You can't even get proper education. You know what I'm saying? Because the books that you reading or you learning from, they are so bad and they torn up and they terrible. And the school itself is in terrible condition. And you don't say that this is some soft stuff. What the hell is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Why would you call yourself a foundation of Black Americans? Say you stand up the concept of for Black people, but you gonna sit up here and say what the people in Florida dealt with was some soft stuff?
That was soft.
No, that's not soft. Are you crazy? Are you crazy?
Sometimes.
Are you crazy? I want you to tell this to the elderly Black folks that experience. As a matter of fact, I want you to tell that to the Black folks.
Hey, Tiff, can you see my screen?
They experienced the racism in Florida. They experienced the segregation in Florida. I want you to look at these older Black people and tell them that what you was going through in Florida was some soft stuff.
Can you see my screen?
Bruh. I can't believe it. I can see your screen.
Okay,
but
so
you can't. I'm not letting you off the hook on this one. I'm not letting you off the hook. I'm not letting you off the hook.
Woosah.
Nah, that's crazy though. That's disrespectful, man. That's just downright disrespectful. What you just said. It's downright disrespectful.
I'm gonna read this right here.
I'll let you read it.
Okay, thank you, sis. It says, "How much do Britain owe Jamaica?" It doesn't say America. It doesn't say Haiti. It says, "How much do Britain owe Jamaica?" It says, "What is the Caribbean Reparations Commission?" Okay, not the Haitian, not the Black American. The Caribbean Reparations Commission. The CARICOM Reparations Commission is a regional body created to establish the moral, ethical, and legal case for the legal case for the payment of reparations by the governments of all the former colonial powers and the relevant institutions of those countries to the nations and people of the Caribbean community, not Black African Americans, not Haitians, for the crime against it. So again, every Black country in the diaspora, we have our own country to sue, and that's the people who colonize us. So Jamaicans are going to sue Britain. The Haitians are going to have a claim against the French. And African Americans, our claim is with America. We all have our separate claims. So what Jamaicans are owed, Black Americans has nothing to do with that. We're not tied to that. It says the Caribbeans only. Haitians can't go to Britain and say, "Hey, I want some of that Jamaican money." That's not going to happen. Just like Jamaicans and Haitians can't come over here and say, "Hey, I want some of that reparation money y'all about to get." And we can't go to Haiti and say, "Hey, I want some of that." That can't happen. If you're not from the West Indies, you're not part of the CARICOM Reparation Commission. If you're not from America, you're not part of the ADOS and whatever stuff we got over here. And if you're not Haitian, you're not part of what they got going over there. Okay, so I just want to show that. So I was, the reason I'm showing this, because I was explaining why we have these terms like ADOS, freedmen, American freedmen, and we have FBA, because that's our way. How Jamaicans say to Jamaican, Haitians say to Haitians. This is our way of saying we are this and nobody else Black is. You're still our family. We still love you. We're also from Africa, but we are this. You're Haitian.
I'm gonna tell you what it is. Let me tell you what it is. It's identity crisis. That's what it is. It's identity crisis because we don't want to accept our lineage here. A lot of us do not want to accept that. A lot of Black people do not want to accept the fact that they come from African descended bloodline. They don't want to accept that.
But we're called
They don't
African
wanna accept
American.
that- Hold on. They don't want to accept that they also got some Caribbean in their bloodline. I can show you my DNA
I got
test.
no
I can
Caribbean
show
in
you
me.
my DNA test.
I got no Caribbean in me at all. Zero.
I do. I got some Caribbean in me.
Okay, well, there you go.
Okay.
No.
I
Then
can show you my DNA
then
test.
you might have a CARICOM claim.
I can show you my DNA test. I can show you I got, a lot of
Okay,
African
all
in
right,
me.
let me unshare. Let me unshare.
I can show you. I can show you my genetics. I can go to Ancestry.
I want to
or
see. Wait, then you
Ancestry.
better get your money. You better get your money in Jamaica then.
Nah, I mean,
Hey guys, did you know some drivers are ditching their car insurance and they're doing this instead?
it ain't about that, but again, it's all connected. That's the part that you fail to understand. It's not okay, it was just a Jamaican business, it was just a United States business, or it was just Haitian. No, this was.
I forgot. So after you show that, I forgot to ask you about. You said you're RBG, right?
I don't claim myself to be RBG, but I'm
Okay.
somebody. I'm an African American that identifies with the Pan African ideology.
Okay, there you go. We want to know about that. After when you get a chance, we want to know about the Pan African ideology.
Well, let me post up my DNA information.
Daddy,
My ancestry. I'm trying to pull it up. Oh goodness. Okay, hold on. Give me a moment because I'm about to pull it up. I'm about to pull up information.
Yeah, we got a moment. It's Friday. We ain't got nothing to do, Craig.
Wait, hold on.
You dig? So the chat said you whooping on me.
I mean, I'm not trying to whoop on you, but it's just like, God, my boy.
Hey, chat, if she whooping on me, then why don't y'all support her Cash App?
I'm like, God damn, my boy, you just all over the place. I'm like, dang, Gee, I can't even follow through. I'm trying to follow you. I'm trying to give you the big.
Give them your Cash App so they can support you. What's your Cash App?
My Cash App is. Hold on, let me type it in here. Maybe I could type in this little chat thing. Let me see.
Yeah, I think they capping saying you winning. I think they capping.
I don't know if you can see it. Can't you see it?
In the YouTube chat?
No, it's in the Zoom chat.
All right. Oh shit.
I don't know if you can see it.
Let me see. Okay, I see it. Hold on. What's that about? That's some gangster stuff you got there.
Okay, hold on. Ooh, child. I don't know. Ancestry website be tripping. It's interesting. Okay. Finally, I was able to pull it up. Okay, can't you see it? If not, then I had to put it in the YouTube chat. Then
Not yet. You were supposed to put your Cash App in the YouTube chat.
Okay, well, okay.
I did it for you.
Okay, did you put in the correct Cash App?
Yeah, it's Tip World.
$sign Tip World. Yes, $sign Tip World.
Did you check it earlier?
Yes, I did. I did check it early.
Okay, good.
Okay, now, all right. So here it is. Let me share my screen. Okay. I don't know if you can see my screen. Can't you see my screen?
Yes, I see it right now.
Okay. So this is my ancestry DNA. Okay. Now, right here it says 30% Nigerian. Okay. 17% Benin and Togo. 13% Mali. 7% Ivory Coast and Ghana. 6% Nigerian Woodlands. All right, and then you're gonna see where it says the Cameroon, 6%. All right, 5% Western Bantu peoples, 4% Yoruba land. All right. And then it shows the ethnic group. Okay, you see all the ethnic groups on here?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Well,
where's the Caribbean?
All right, let me go down to here.
You went down. I seen it. I seen white man, but I didn't see no Caribbean.
It's on here. I have to.
No, it's not. I'm looking right there.
No, I'm trying to find it. Maybe
Yeah,
it's on.
but you ain't got to look no further. It's not there. But you have Scottish, France.
Yes, and I also I do have some Caribbean. That's on my I have to go on my 23andMe. That's why I have to go on because see.
No, stay right here. No, don't try to just chase. Stay right
Yeah,
here.
no, because it's pretty much similar. And you see a lot of stuff like Ancestry don't show as much as 23andMe does. So it's like they have to catch on with what 23andMe is doing. So let me see.
Yo, Hazard, yo, you are crazy, yo.
I mean, and that's another thing. Y'all don't believe in no DNA test either.
Oh no, yes we do. No, we
y'all don't.
scientific-
A lot of y'all don't. Y'all don't believe in no DNA test.
Ma'am, if you look at my channel, I got chemistry videos. I'm explaining, sharing chemistry. So no, I'm definitely pro science.
Well, maybe I gotta go with the origins. Okay.
I am chemistry literate as far as the basics.
Okay. All right. So I gotta go back to origins.
We don't believe this. DNA test. You crazy?
I'm telling you, a lot of FBAs don't believe in DNA tests.
Yeah, they be capping because once that test says you are 99.9 not the father, you're gonna get up and start dancing. So he believes in DNA.
Okay. Well, wait a minute. I think I seen something.
You did see something, but it wasn't West Indies. You seen France.
No, but
Nigerian.
Hold on.
It's okay. You don't share.
Yes, I do share. I can go on my 23.
You might share the carnival costume. That's about it. But you don't share.
Sha, you disrespectful, bro. That's what you're a disrespectful dude.
You call that disrespectful?
I know that about you. You just straight disrespect. You just low key dissing and all that. Like, bro.
That's called dissing you.
No, I'm just saying you just dissing. You might as well be dissing Black history altogether because that's what you're doing. But anyways, okay. So since it's not showing on here,
it doesn't show nowhere. You're not West Indian.
Okay, bro. I can go to 23andMe. I got some, like I said, I got some Caribbean in me. I can go to my 23andMe.
Nah.
It's just that yes, I can. I can do that.
The only Caribbean you gotta use the ox tells you 8. That's it.
Hey, Shai, stop being disrespectful because I can go there. I'm trying not to go there because you're gonna make me get off and be real disrespectful to you. I'm trying not to go there.
That was a joke.
I'm trying not to go there. Let's keep it civilized. Let's keep it respectful. Because I don't want to do that. I don't want to look like a bad guy because I done went there with you.
Oh my God.
Because you already sound crazy as shit right now, to be honest. You do sound crazy. Right. So here's the other part of the diaspora, all right, which is the early Alabama and Georgia African American. Okay. So that's my other half.
Right. FBA. I mean Black American.
No, it's African American. I mean, you can have that FBA stuff.
Okay, African American, FBA, same thing.
Not really, because y'all on some other crap. Y'all on some other crap, but okay, but I'm gonna let you live with that. So, but just to show you, right here where it says my connection, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. I should, yeah.
It says no results found.
What you mean?
Like you look for something on Google and it's not there. They'll say no results found.
Okay, well, it probably ain't, because it's supposed to explain the details, the origin behind it.
Oh, it did. It said you are
no. Where?
Remember earlier it said Nigeria. That's
no. It explains like for the diaspora. It's supposed to explain.
Nah.
It's supposed to explain, the origin of, the African Americans and how, etc. Like it goes. Let me see. Maybe I have to go into journey.
Now you can stop sharing. We could talk about something else.
No. I got something else to share with you because I'm about to. Okay, so I should have did 23andMe. I mean, it's pretty much similar. It's very similar, but it's just that Ancestry is not as upgraded as 23andMe, and they have to be upgraded. So Let me go on my 23andMe page.
No.
Yes, I am. I'm going to take you there because it's like I said, my result is very similar. It's just the only thing is not really upgraded on Ancestry. It's the Caribbean part. I don't know why. I don't know why they don't have a lot of stuff updated like 23andMe does. Hold on. Okay.
Hey sis, do you know you could be FBA and Pan-Africanist at the same time?
No, they don't work with me. They don't work with me. A lot of FBAs have a problem with those who identify as Pan-African.
Yeah, you see that? You see that?
They tend to call people Tether or whatever that term is.
Yeah, well, yeah, because we're called a Kata, we're called Yankee, so we have our own term.
A Yankee by who? Who calls you a Yankee?
The West Indies.
Well, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not finna play those semantics with you.
Right. So but the difference is that when they say Yankee, that's all of us. When they say Kata, that's all of us. When we say Tether, that's not all of them. That's just the class of disrespectful and hate us. But not all Black immigrants are Tethers, because not all of them hate us. Some of us love us.
So if that's the case, then why they use the term?
Because you got okay.
So here's my information.
Wait, let me ask you a question. When it comes to white folks, they're not all racist, but the ones who are racist, we call them racist. So there's a term for all bad groups.
Okay, all right then. Okay, anyway. Okay, so here it is. If you can see my 23andMe.
Yes, ma'am. West African, Nigeria. Got it.
Yes. Okay. So now 23andMe, this is how they lay it out. Now some people on their results, they have the ethnic group shown on their 23andMe. For some reason, my ethnic group is not shown on here.
Mm-hmm.
But this is what, as you can see, is 100%. Okay, that's me. 90.6% sub-Saharan African, which is.
How much was this test?
I did this some years ago. This part was like $50, somewhere like that.
That's it. Oh, so what you
$55 somewhere like that. I can't exactly
remember. So what you do? Swab and just send it back?
Yes, you have to spit in the tube and send it back. Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna do that.
Yes. I encourage you to do it.
I know I got no West Indian in me at all.
Okay,
Zero.
so watch
just
this.
like you.
Okay, so watch this. West African, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's 78.7%.
That's a lot.
What? Nigerian, 42.2%, and that's very common with the African Americans. A lot of us have more Nigerian ancestry than any other West African group. Okay, now we go down here to the
national country. Wait, what state you in?
I think I just told you before. You ain't hear me when I say Georgia.
Oh, damn, you way more country. You must be like Southern Georgia or something.
No, I'm in Georgia.
You ain't near the city.
I'm in the city.
Wow. Well, that's not where you're originally from.
Okay. Now down here where it says African diaspora, which is very accurate and very correct.
Yes, ma'am.
Also what Ancestry put on there. See.
But I don't see no West Indies though.
Oh no, it's on there. I'm just gonna pull it. I'm about to pull it up. But see,
I'm about to put my glasses on since I look for this one right here.
Okay, it's right here. It's right down here at the bottom.
It says 0.
It's right here. Do you see where it says Caribbean? That's the West Indies. What you call the West Indies? No, it doesn't say 0. Okay, so it says what? Jamaica. Okay, now watch this. It says Jamaica has 14 administrative regions. You share DNA with 23andMe participants who mostly frequently report their ancestors are from the following 2 regions: St. Andrews Parish.
Yeah, but I don't see a percentage.
That is West Indies, Jamaica.
No, I don't see a percentage.
No, of course it's not a percentage per se. It just showed the region where where my ancestors came from as far as the Caribbean. So more than likely they were from St. Andrews Parish and Westmoreland Parish. So they don't give a percentage of how many Okay? They only give a percentage when it comes to the African and also like European descent. So for my European descent, it's 8.7%. Okay.
So I only got 7 likes, and we got the glorious Tiffany on here. I got 7 likes. God damn, y'all hating on me.
And right here, it's got 90.6%. Okay. Okay, so
Yeah, everybody sent Tiffany $100. It's I want my cut. I want 30%.
nah,
I want 30%.
they ain't finna send me no $100.
I want 30%. Okay, can I get 30? If they do, can I get 30%? What? You get 2,600. I can't get 30% of that.
I don't know, bro.
You hop on tomorrow, it might be 100 folks on here. Yeah, you fuck around and
yeah, they probably ain't coming on here because they don't want to hear my voice. I don't care.
No. No, it's Friday and you got other. See, what happens is when you go online, it's all about timing. Like I don't care, I just go live. But other people on live, it's Friday, so everybody's off. So everybody's like into like the bigger platform. But like a Tuesday, a Wednesday night, the numbers go crazy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but right now we're competing with larger platforms.
Oh, well. Okay, but anyways, yeah, that's my information. That's my DNA test. So I'm saying to say that I have no reason to be no FBA, no nothing.
No, you do.
No, I don't. I don't have no reason, and I wish you would stop doing that.
Okay, can you just take out 2 minutes for me to say?
Wait. Now you're trying to use coercion.
No. I'm saying I'm trying to use patience. I said, can you just give me 2 minutes to explain? Is that okay?
You can go ahead and explain, but I'm gonna dispute it.
No, I'm saying no. You don't have to accept it. I'm just saying, can you just listen?
I'm gonna listen to it.
Thank you. Okay, so like I said before, if Black immigrants come over here, they're Haitian. They got their own flag, their own country, but they are able to select Black African American on the application, and now they're classified as one of us. But if we go to Haiti, nothing we do will be classified as a Haitian. Right, so America, like that's America disrespecting Black Americans by letting anybody come over here. Well, not anybody, but Black immigrants come over here and identify exactly with us. Meaning that when you say you're Black American, you're basically saying that your lineage goes back to slavery in America. Okay, and that's not true. They had their own slaveries in their own native countries. So we feel like white folks are disrespecting us because they don't want to repair the damage they did to us. So instead of doing that, they would rather just bring other folks over here and try to replace us. They try to ignore the problem rather than solving it. So we like, all right, listen, we're done with the word game. You say Negro, you say color, you say African American. So we're the whole continent in a country. There's nobody in Africa called African Nigerian, African Lebanon, African Haiti. These terms, no, I'm saying officially, like no Jamaican say I'm African Jamaican. Like,
yeah. Okay.
Like, I just went there, ma'am. It says if you go to a map, if you look, listen. If you go to a map, it's going to say Jamaica. It's not going to say African Jamaica. I'm saying like
you don't think there's Jamaican people that identify with being Black or being African?
Hey, Tiffany, I'm not saying that. I'm saying Haiti is spelled H-A-I. It's not spelled A-F-R-I-C-A-N. Jamaica.
So you don't think the Haitians identify themselves?
No. I'm not, Tiffany. I'm not saying what they identify with. I'm saying in their name, their country is called Haiti. Their country is not called African Haiti. I'm saying that. I'm saying Trinidad and Tobago is not called African Trinidad and Tobago.
Of course it's not. It's not called that.
Right. Nobody has, as the identifier, nobody has in the diaspora or even the continent. It's not called African Nigeria. It's not called African.
No, but don't identify as being African. What are you saying?
Tiff, I'm not speaking about identifiers right now.
It's called Africa.
Tiffany, you gotta listen to me. You're not listening.
I'm trying, but you is all over the place. Oh my God.
Because you're not listening.
I'm trying to listen to you, but it's like you just bouncing off the wall. You gotta be careful.
So look, okay, watch this. Look at my screen. I'm gonna show you something.
Okay. But I'm gonna tell you this: they do identify as being African.
I'm not speaking about identifying.
They identify being black. So of course, yeah, but Africa is a continent.
Right. And nobody, again, if you ask a man from Ghana, what is he? He's going to say Ghana. He's not going to say I'm African Ghana.
He's going to say he's African. If he's here in America, he's going to say I'm from Ghana, but he's going to say I'm an African.
No, Tiff, listen what I'm saying to you. Listen.
And do you know they have Pan-Africanism over there in Africa?
No problem. Listen what I'm saying right now. See, look, you're going somewhere else. You're over the place. I'm saying
no, you are all over the place. You say they don't identify as being African. When they come here, they'll tell you they're gonna tell you what country they from. They're gonna say they African.
Right? No, Tiff. We're not. No, that's a continent. If we ask him what country he's from, he's gonna say Ghana. Okay. If we ask the guy where he's from, he's gonna say Rwanda. He's not gonna say.
Yes, but he's gonna also tell you he's African.
No. Listen. What I'm saying is, when you ask him where he's from and what he is, he's gonna say, "I'm from Ghana. I'm Ghanaian." If you ask another guy where he's from, he's gonna say, "I'm from, let's say, I don't know. Just give me a country. Liberia. Liberia.
Zimbabwe.
Look, Liberia, and I'm a Liberian. He's not gonna say, okay, Tiff, listen what I'm saying.
And then you ask them, well, where is those places?
No.
In Africa.
But I'm not asking about the continent. I want to know who he
is. They're gonna say, I am African, but I am from Liberia.
No. Hey, Tiff, when you ask somebody like a Spanish person, where you from? He's gonna say Venezuela. He's not gonna say South America.
Some of them do say South America.
No. If I say De Donde, he's gonna understand. I'm specifically asking him, where do you live? What country? Not what continent.
Yeah, they gonna tell you what country. Yeah, what country.
Right. Exactly. So when you ask a white person overseas in Europe, let's say West Europe, where you from? If they from France, listen, they're not gonna say I'm from European France. They're gonna say I'm from France. If I ask an Indian where you're from, he's not gonna say Asia, India. He's gonna say I'm from India. So back to the African. If I ask a Liberian where he's from, he's going to say Liberia. And I say, okay, well, what are you? He's going to say Liberian. The word Africa is not going to come up unless I say what continent are you from? And then he'll say Africa. But with us, why are we the only black people that list a continent with our?
Because of our. You know what? I'll tell you what. I'm just gonna leave this alone, but I'm gonna say this, and I'm about to just go, okay?
You're gonna mention Cash App though.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna post my Cash App up on Unbiased channel. Okay, I'm gonna post this Cash App up, but I'm going to say this to you guys out there that's listening, okay? The reason why we identify as being African because of our African ancestry that we carry, okay? And I meant to say this earlier, speaking of that, you were saying that Jesse Jackson came up with the term African American.
No, he didn't come up with it. He
no, that term African American being used.
I know. I said
for a long time, okay? And then before and after that, there was a term called Afro American,
which we hate. Okay? We hate that one because I don't have an Afro.
Okay, Afro basically just goes back to being African descended. That's all it means.
I don't like the word Afro. I find
okay, that's fine. You know, you don't have to like the word, but I'm just telling you that's what our people also identify themselves as. Okay, but I just want to make a correction because people tend to think that Jesse Jackson was the one that came up with the term.
Yeah, but you never explained what Pan-Africanism is. You never explained that.
No, I'm not, because at this point I don't know, because it's like it's like I don't know, man. It's like you just all over the place at the moment. I can't even.
We're getting to know each other. Yeah, it's gonna be like that.
I don't think I could continue on because it's like it just baffles me at the things that you're saying. You asking a question why we the only people saying the word African or using African American when I just basically said because of our African ancestry. It's like oh my God, I don't even know.
How come Jamaicans don't say hey? Okay, so when Hussein Bolt broke the records, I don't recall a news article saying African Jamaican. The word Africa is never.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
The word Africa is never mentioned when it comes to Hussein Bolt. Not one time. When it comes
When
to
it
Bob
comes to
Marley,
who?
when it comes to Jamaicans, when it comes to Bob Marley, right? Any article on Bob Marley, it never says, "Hey, the African Jamaican singer," but it never says the word Africa.
You never heard of Afro Jamaican, Afro Ghanaian?
No,
I
I'm
tell you what.
I'm saying
Thank
when.
you for having me on.
Oh my God.
Thank you for having me on. Thank you for having me on. But I'm gonna go ahead and just end it from here.
Okay.
I'm just gonna end it here. But I do appreciate this because
Okay.
we're not getting anywhere. We're really not getting anywhere.
Okay.
It's really you're starting to drive me crazy. So I'm just gonna be straight up honest. And I'm surprised I lasted this long. I'm really surprised I lasted this long. So
that's because I'm good. That's what you like to do. I'm good
no,
today.
no. It ain't about you being good because you just all over the place. I'm surprised I had this much patience. I'm really surprised.
You had little patience from the beginning.
I had this much patience to tolerate to listen to all of this. I had so much patience for this. But okay. But anyways, you have a good night.
Okay.
And you just have a good night.
Okay.
All right. Goodbye. Peace. Goodbye.
Thank you. Take care.
Thank you for having me on. Peace.
Yes, man. Thanks for coming. Okay. So she is going to leave. All right. So listen. Now, if black people, if we're going to get somewhere with this unity stuff, we got to put an effort in to listen to each other, to try to understand why is this person something I disagree with. So you will have a Christian, right, that's black. And that Christian wants to know, why is that other black person Muslim? You can't go into the conversation with a blatant bias to start it off. It ain't gonna work out. Because as soon as they say, "Hey, I'm Muslim," because no, you don't believe in Jesus. No, that's not how that happened. So she was freaking out once we started talking. She was freaking out. Okay. So you guys know the talking points. I ain't got to reiterate with you guys. But now she's feisty. She definitely don't have tolerance, right? She's definitely intolerable, but that's not just for me. I sense she's intolerable to everything. Okay. All right. Anyway, she's a nice woman who's from her DNA shows Nigeria and Ghana and other places in West Africa. And they give percentages, right? When she pulled up the West Indies, we had no percentages of her. Okay? Not one, not even 1%, nothing. But that's how we do it today, right? We're something when it doesn't say it. Lord Jamar says that his father's side is from Guyana. And somehow, to some FBAs and to some Tethers, somehow that means he's FBA. So case in point, let me just go there. Right. So now, if anybody got tolerance, it's me. Because I'm showing you guys out the man's mouth what he is saying he is. And you guys are saying he's not that, he's this. That is weird behavior. Case in point. Okay, case in point. Case in point. Oh boy, I think I might have to use my so I'm not gonna go back over this. I gotta use my computer. This iPad ain't working. Damn, but you know what? The computer is not gonna have.
It's my great-grandfather on my father's side that wasn't born here.
It's my great-grandfather on my father's side that wasn't born here.
How does one know that they're foundational American? I a few years back did a like an ancestral so I had just did on my father's side, right? But in doing all of this, and I'm going to tell you, it traced back to Guyana, right?
Okay, right. So I had just did on my father's side, right? And I'm going to tell you, it traced back to Guyana.
We can trace back.
Think my family suffered from redlining and all that type of shit, because I know how you feel about like Jamaicans that come here right now, this generation, and they're able to get loans. My family didn't go through that. My family didn't get all that when they came here. We lived as regular black people. So let's talk about that.
Let's talk about that. That would not, if they came over and they immigrated, because your family came from immigrants. They immigrated over here, and you can
Ellis Island.
Because your family came from immigrants. They immigrated over here, and you can Ellis Island.
Right.
I know the boat.
That's very different, because you can't get a reparations claim like that.
Because you can't get a reparations claim like that.
And it's very important to not mix it up.
But now keep in mind, this is just my father's side.
I understand that.
We all have two sides now. My mother's side, I ain't traced that yet.
Y'all would know who the southern side of her family was. So if y'all don't know, that means she's from the Caribbean. Because I can understand that you don't know your dad. That's one thing. And your mom didn't tell you where your grandmother was from? Your mom didn't say shit? She had to come from somewhere, either immigrated from another country or came from the South. If she's black, right? It's just find out where your parents are from and where your grandparents are from. Your grandmother, if you knew your grandmother has a birth certificate, brother. Look at the birth certificate and see where she was born. And then see what her mother and father's name was. It's on the birth certificate. And then see where they were born. You trace it back like that. And if you can go all the way back to the 1870 census, that make you a foundational black American. All you got to do is just trace the parents back. Okay, some of these folks, you don't know where your mama's really from. Okay, like my mom's from New York. We kind of lost, and then, okay. But folks, okay, I don't know how y'all don't be knowing where your mama from. And you don't know your mama's side of the family. At least I can understand the dad's side might be a little sketchy, but you don't know your mama's side of the family? See, that raises red flags. That raises a lot of red flags when folks don't be knowing what their mama's side of the family is. Right? That's right? That's weird.
Unbiased. Unbiased.
Yes.
I definitely want to thank you for your work, and I thank
Appreciate
you for having a conversation with me.
Yes, sir.
And of course, I thank Mike Lowry for having a conversation with me.
Yeah.
Right. And but I need to speak. You're not bad. You know, Mike Lowry was just general, but I need one of you one of you FBAs to
yourself
try to have a conversation. No, I'm not FBA. To try to have a conversation with me about reparations, because I don't think that y'all know anything about the reparations fight.
Now I got somebody for you, actually.
Okay, who you got for me?
I got Leonard Walker, the former president of DAS, the descendants of African slavery.
Okay. Great. That would be great.
I'm connected.
Yeah, but is he an FBA?
Yes.
He calls himself an FBA?
He calls himself FBA and ADOS. Like me.
No ADOS. FBA.
No, he says he's both like me. I'm both. I'm Freedman too. I know you don't like that, but I'm Freedman too.
Okay. Well, yeah, fine. So the issue is, yeah. So the issue is when I'm glad you walked me up the ladder, but the fact of the matter is, people don't know about the reparations fight.
Yeah, and I think you're gonna win that versus the average FBA guy.
Yeah, no, the average. I want I want the best FBA. I only got like 6 more minutes to speak.
So that's gonna be
But
like
if you
Marcel.
run around talking about you FBA and you fighting for reparations, and you don't know the hurdles of reparations, and you don't know how that last suit, the Pelman Farmer suit was lost, right? Then and you don't know about the current reparations movement, right? How they are constructed, why they are constructed, right? And you're not a part of it, and you're not talking about it, saying anything intelligent about it, then basically people are groupies. Groupie.
You are divisive.
I'm not divisive. Why are you saying I'm divisive?
Because you should be teaching about it.
No, I do. It's just that one, people don't really care to learn.
Oh no, I'm gonna look when you do your shows. I guarantee you, I promise you, if you do everything you just said, if you do a video like a show for each one, or even like just one show, but breaking down each one, I will replay that over and over and over.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that. I'm right now I am a guest on other channels. I'm a free agent. I'm a free agent now. I'm not I'm on African Online TV. I'm on your show. I'm on Smash's show. I'm on Ank's show. I may have to get back on Garfield's show.
What about Sean?
Oh, what? And Harry?
Yeah.
No, I don't deal with him.
Okay.
He wrote a fake review on my article, and so I don't deal with him at all.
Yeah, that's wild.
He took the time out to do what he thought was a review, but he got no college. How you gonna review something? How you gonna review a journal article when you got no college? Because you took a Jawu class? Stop it.
Where's Wujaw?
Who cares? Who cares? Right? I don't care. He did a 9-hour show with his woman and some other people on me. 9 hours. They took the 9 hours of their time to say nothing.
Who?
Ujawu.
Really? Recently?
Yeah. And
what show was that?
I mean, before he took his 1-year hiatus.
Okay, so that was a minute ago then.
Yeah, he took his 1-year hiatus. He and his group spent 9 hours saying nothing.
That was like the pandemic though. That was like 2021 then, or 22.
Yeah. Okay, I got 3 minutes to talk. So what I think is creating another label, especially a label where people did not use, right, at the time, is I think that's divisive.
That's not fair.
Well, that's my point of view. That's divisive because what you're doing is hijacking with, like I said, Negroes with guns, right? That was his book, Negro with Guns.
Yeah, but we don't call ourselves Negroes today, so are we hijacking him?
You are hijacking him by calling him an FBA.
No,
I'm Black American.
We can't call him Black American because he said Negro with guns.
Africans. I'm all the terms that was used during our disenfranchisement. I'm not a term used to talk about reparations when the FBA group of people and they can't talk cohesively about reparations. And the reparations that ADOS was trying to do, that reparation strategy is not a real strategy. It's not a real strategy at all, because the current reparations movements are in cities, counties, and states, because if they what they were trying to do is do something legislatively. So, but the problem is they're trying to do something legislatively with the federal government. That's not the right path. That's not the right path to do it. So anything against with the federal government is really problematic, because the federal government, any law that they put in, like for example, affirmative action, an administration could come along and they could remove it, like affirmative action. City, state, county laws, particularly city and county laws, have a better chance of longevity. Federal government, all they need is a radical Supreme Court, and a radical Supreme Court will remove it. Remove it. So if you look at the affirmative action case, and if you look at the Roe case, you will see that what they do is they're radical. They'll come back and use some old laws, or they use a case that really is non-existent, make it a real case, and then based on that remove it, and try to sound smart about it. And yeah, so federal government, anything with the federal government across all state lines is problematic. But it's 11 o'clock. You got to go. I'm gonna respect that, so I'm gonna log off.
Wait, no, no. Let me read this to you before you log off. Damn, it's computers. I mean, you could finish until I find it.
No, well, I just need somebody to disagree with me that the federal laws targeting Black folks are all being removed.
Okay, let's see if this is right here. Okay, so he said this. So Leonard Walker says about you. He said when he watched the video, he said your guest was right about some things and wrong about others. He said, as someone nearly his age, one of the things I'll say is the current reparations movement are moving at a snail. He's talking about the city ones. He said they're moving at a snail's pace and have no teeth. He said they rely too much on the benevolence and cooperation of bought and paid politicians to do right by us. He said the current FBA has done more to mobilize people and get them on code than these other groups. He says,
Okay, so then that person needs to come out to Chatty Patty, right, and talk to me at a snail's pace. Is incorrect given the amount of time that they have redirected from HR 40. So in the last 5 years, they have made more movements of reparations, got them voted in than the whole time of HR 40. So that's wrong. That's completely wrong. Snail's pace, they're moving at a fast pace. I could look at 6 or 7 reparation constructions in different cities and counties. So you can't talk to me like that. You can't sing that lullaby to me.
and who are these groups? Let me research these. Who are these groups?
I put them up on your last show. You want me to find it again?
No. I'll go back because I just down. Oh yeah. So now where I gotta send it to?
Oh, you can send it to. I'll put it in the chat on my Gmail account.
No, but you said something else on Gmail.
No, so send it to this one.
Right.
My rap marketing account is on Outlook. So Google and Outlook, they're not friends.
Okay.
Hey, what's up, Donnie? what's the difference between Black City Plan and the FBA? The Black City Plan is a 223-page analysis of a direction that we should move in with case studies, and the FBA is talking points. The Black City Plan is written by somebody who participated in reparations activity directly, and the FBA is talked about people who want reparations but don't know much about reparations. But the Black City Plan is basically saying that when we are able to unify and to control our city governments and county governments, then we can create de facto reparations. Fresh One TV, salute to you. So controlling governments, when you control local governments, city and county, then
That's
you
the other
control.
one I want you to say. It said large files must be shared with Google Drive.
Question: does the ADOS Advocacy Foundation support local reparations initiatives? A. Our aim at the ADOS Advocacy Foundation is to create a piece of federal legislation that can comprehensively satisfy our community's needs. We view local reparations programs as a contradiction and very unlikely to achieve their stated purpose of compensating for the economic legacy of slavery. This is because states and localities confront enormous budgetary impediments concerning direct cash payments, the most symbolically and materially significant component of any repair initiative for past harms. Moreover, it seems that those states or localities that do pursue reparations programs for slavery and ongoing discrimination have focused their efforts exclusively on the latter set of harms, most often via programs that seek to redress victims of unjust housing policies that began in the latter half of the 20th century. In many cases, these offenses were not unique to ADOS. This potential for competing, identical claims to be filed by other groups is at odds with our purpose here at the ADOS Advocacy Foundation, which is to ensure that any reparations policy encompasses the fullness and singularity of our group's victimization, which must involve the original harms suffered under the institution of chattel slavery. Question: who qualifies for ADOS reparations? A. A person must 1. Be a citizen of the United States of America and have identified as Negro, colored, Black, or African American throughout their life on government documentation. 2. Present a government-issued ID, birth certificate, or census record identifying a direct ancestor as Negro, colored, Black, or African American before 1965. And 3. Trace their ancestry to at least one person that identified as Negro, colored, Black, or who was an enslaved person in the United States between 1776, 1865. Question: where did the $20 trillion figure come from? A. In 1990, Dr. David H. Swinton developed a formula for estimating the cost of slavery. One of the components of his formula is the value of labor expropriated EL. Later, Dr. Thomas Kramer expounded on the EL metric with his wage-based estimation. In 2022, Kramer's conservative 3% compound interest rate used to calculate the debt for unpaid slave wages was estimated to be $20 trillion. At the ADOS Advocacy Foundation, we advocate for the $20 trillion amount as a baseline to be distributed to eligible recipients. Question: does the ADOS Advocacy Foundation support local reparations initiatives? A.
That's the one I got to send to you.
Yeah. So you upload it to your Google Drive. You got like 10 gigabytes of Google Drive space, and then when you upload it there, then you can share it.
Hey, brother Reggie, did you know I teach chess?
No, but could you please go on Sonetta's channel and bust his ass?
Now look, I'm be honest, he's pretty good. I could tell by his rating that he's pretty good.
So you scared?
No, I'm saying like I don't think I'm gonna bust his ass. I think I'm gonna give a hard fought fight, and it could go either way.
Well, he's gonna put you on the clock.
And I play. Oh yeah, thank you. I'll beat him in 1 minute. If we play 1 minute, I'll destroy him. And I play 1 minute. So anything longer than that, I'm at a disadvantage because I play really really fast, and I don't like to play anything less than 1 minute. So if he does 1 minute, I'll kill him.
You won't mate him in 1 minute.
It doesn't matter. On chess, you can lose by time. So that's the thing. He got to move fast, or his time gonna run out.
Oh well, yeah. Can you please go on his channel?
Oh yeah. If he agrees to 1 minute, I promise you, I'll play him ASAP.
Yeah, and bust his ass.
So look, so now
But he is a bona fide Harlem chess hustler.
no, he's good. I watched him play online against certain people, and he's actually really really good. Like I know I play chess, so I seen his moves. I'm like, yeah, he's good.
Yeah, if you bust his ass, your ratings will go up, bro.
1 minute, but it gotta be 1 minute. If we play
Why not
longer than
5
that,
minutes?
nah, he's gonna win.
Oh, dag. So don't even bring it up. Shit. Don't even.
Nah, but 1 minute, I could beat him in 1 minute.
Don't bring that up. But let's get back to this point. So the Black City plan is a goddamn plan. FBA ain't got no plan.
Our plan is to what's Tariq's
Be divisive.
No, yeah, you got to do that because everybody's divisive. But it's called signal boost, right? So that's the favorite word, signal boost. So our plan is signal boost the message.
Yeah, but you're not doing the work. You just cheerleaders.
That's part of them, but that's
part of. You got pom-poms on. Reparations. Yay!
Look at Kamala and Trump. They had PR stunts. Everybody needs to get the.
Yeah, but for reparations, you need arguments.
Yeah, guess what? First,
tell me why the reparations suit failed. Do you know?
No.
Does anybody in the chat know why it failed? Any FBA smart ass know why it failed?
Now, how I send this to you?
When you share it, when it's uploaded, then
it's uploaded.
Then you say share.
Okay, I see it. Hold on. All right. Okay, so add people, right? So now what do I type?
Well, it says it's a link that says share with anybody that has the link.
Oh, I see it. Oh, that's dope. All right, so where I put it?
So then you copy the link. You copy the link and you send it to me.
Where I send it at?
You can send it to Reggie.
Oh, the Google thing. Okay, yeah.
You go back to your
okay, I got it.
You go back to your email and you just send it to me.
Just put the link in there, right?
Yeah. So unbiased, we got a history of talking before you was Unbiased Sports under another name.
Oh yeah, yes we do.
And then you deserted your brother Reggie.
Actually, no. You got really busy. You caught on fire where you was like always the man everybody wanted to talk to, and you was a featured everywhere. This way back, like Amarad Squad was like a thing.
Fresh says you can't discriminate based on race or something like that. I believe not really sure. You're right. You certainly can't discriminate against age, not only race, but age, national origin, right? You can't discriminate against that. But the fact is that they have. So they've broken their own federal, state, city, state, county laws. So the issue is why the reparations case failed is one that it was time bound. They say that that period up to 1865 was too long of a period. Then they say the people who launched the reparations, they didn't have any control over the states of their ancestors. And that was a signal because the people who launched the reparations case, they weren't even foundational Black Americans. I don't think that Pelman Farmer is what you call a foundational Black American. I think that she has immigrant roots. So, but in the construction, she could not prove that her ancestors in the United States, because they weren't in the United States, right, suffered any harm. So they were time barred. They weren't the legal representative. They couldn't show any type of causation, right? And basically, if it wasn't for another suit that was added to it, it would have been thrown out anyway, because they failed to state a claim. So I need to talk to somebody who knows law, right? I don't need to talk to somebody with pom-poms on.
Okay, so why you can't find me a
YouTube, watch, what's that? Oh, so you're giving it to everybody.
No, that's the link of this. That's the link of this. That's the link of what we're doing right now. That's not. That's YouTube. That ain't. Nah, I sent it to you on Google. That's on
Okay,
Google.
great. Let me just check it. So my issue is I need to talk to somebody who knows law to understand if you say you're FBA for reparations, right? If then I need to know what you're fighting for. I need to just yelling out reparations. If that's what you want to do, then you're a cheerleader. But if you
Why I gotta be? Wait. So when people say "Amora," or if they chant the chant, why?
It's the government, 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 the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government.
Capping is not joking. You have no rights. You literally have no rights. So they could just not pay you and kick you out. All right. So that's what's going on. You don't work hard, you get worked hard. All right. Now, let me show you your brother. This is what you guys do the first chance you get.
What if I told you there is no such thing as no internet? This brand new portable Wi-Fi router provides more
in your homeland.
When he was 12, 22 years ago. He's now staying with his sister, who stayed behind in Jamaica. This is the first day in a country he only has grainy memories of.
I've been with my partner about 14 years. I've been with my partner, we have 2 kids back in the UK. I've got my dad who lives in the UK, and I'm just here.
Do you feel British or Jamaican?
I feel British. I was there from a child. I went to school there.
You went to school somewhere else, so you're no longer Jamaican. This is how fast they're willing to throw away their identity, their quote-unquote culture, their pride, their Jamaican pride, right in the trash to be British. Look at this guy.
Feel British. I was.
Do you feel British or Jamaican?
Feel British. I was there from a child.
Do you feel British or Jamaican?
Feel British. I was there from a child.
Do you feel British or Jamaican?
Feel British. I was there from a child.
One more
Do
time.
you feel British or Jamaican?
But we want this in slow motion because we really can't believe what he just said. I feel British over Jamaican.
Feel British. I was there from a child. I went to school there. I went to college there. I spent my whole life there.
I highly doubt you went to college, my boy. So now, why is he back in Jamaica? Right? Right? Because you can take you can take the corruption out the country, but you can't take the country out the corruption. All right, here we go.
Even my clothes, I have no clothes. I came here with one little plastic bag with 2 pairs of jeans in it. So everything is still in the UK.
Rayan was convicted of burglary 3 years ago and spent 12 months in prison. Since then, he's been fighting his deportation to...
So this guy, what happened to we got to work twice as hard? What happened to we got to work twice as hard? You're in the UK for a better life, better opportunities, and you're over there committing armed robberies. You're over there committing armed robberies. What happened to this? We work twice as hard as FBAs. All this cat. All right. Let's move on. Let's move on. You ever wonder why they traveled to Ellis Island and not to the deep south where we were? 97% of FBAs, when these black immigrants came over here, 97% of us were in the south. We were not in the north like that. In New York, like we made up 4.7% of the population in New York. We were in the south. These guys came, they took that little rowboat and they Euro stepped to the north, to New York. They skipped the south. They delineated. They were divisive first. Why do you ain't come to the south and help us out, build an alliance with us? Now, we could have really been one. You chose to go to the north, New York, so they literally have no southern experience. And this is why they don't have swag. This is why we can see them for who they are. They're not like us. They don't have that southern stamp. They don't have, you need that southern experience in America. This is why they can't sit right. They can't walk right. They got to look at us to see how to walk and sit and talk with your hands and talk with your head, how to roll your eyes. They got to look at us. They got to cosplay. All this stuff comes from the South. All right. So let's get rid of that. And now we heard about Nigeria. We heard about Jamaica. Now look at this fool right here.
Explore that.
That's really interesting. I had no idea.
So,
have you ever run a background check on yourself? Oh, that's so crazy. What else is on here?
My fault. YouTube trying to crash on me. Let me just reset that. Okay, so hold on 1 second. Hold on. All right, I got to read the chats a little later. because I'm getting a little distracted. So all right, let me stay focused. I read it because the chat's is funny. It's too tempting to read. I'm over here giggling. Let me stay focused.
I have this tweet by Mick Beanie _ and they said African Americans are by far the worst representation of Black people. They are obnoxious, self-righteous assholes that make people's lives a living hell anywhere they go. And then she got like 390 likes.
Is she also Black?
No, I don't know what she was. But This is what she said. Yeah.
Wow.
Mhm.
That's really a lot of hate, I feel like. I don't even really feel that way. I feel like
Okay. So she said, so this Jamaican woman who's responding to the hateful comment in some type of social media platform. She admitted that the words were filled with hate and they were harsh.
that mom would say, because I'm obviously like American, right? And I'm born and raised like in New York. So I have a lot of like culture, you feel me, from America. But like my mom would agree with that comment. Like she would agree with that post. She would.
Okay, so she just said that those words were full of hate and they were harsh. And then she said, my mom will agree with those hateful words directed at FBAs and those harsh words directed at FBAs. So we don't want to hear about this goes back and forth. These are parents who are coming over here with that hatred and those harsh words and accepting those things in their kids.
Would say like, but like in New York. Wow, that's the
hell. By far, Beanie _ African Americans are by far the worst representation of Black people. They are obnoxious, self-righteous assholes that make people's lives a living hell anywhere they go. And then she got like 390 likes.
So all that we know about Nigerians and Jamaicans, right? And somehow we are the worst representation of blackness or Black excellence. Okay, now listen to this tether. She's gonna say that those are harsh and hateful words, and at the same time, in the same breath, she's gonna say my mom believes those harsh and hateful words towards FBAs, and they want to convince you that this goes back and forth.
Is she also Black?
No, I don't know what she was.
Wait, what do you want? Okay, hey, go ahead, drink. Come on. I gotta work. Let me work.
But This is what she said. Yeah.
Wow, that's really a lot of hate, I feel like. I don't even really feel that way.
Okay, now it's a lot of hate, harsher words. She don't feel that way, but her mom does. But then she can't hold her image, her fake image too long, because then she's gonna feel that way in a second. This is what I'm trying to tell you guys. Stop wasting your time trying to build an alliance with them right now. That's probably something later on in the future. But there's too much of this inside of them. It'd be too phony. It's like trying to establish a relationship with a racist white person. And you might surprise yourself. You might get more things done. Because white folks can get stuff done with you and still be racist, but put it to the side. Because, okay, let's just get this done. These guys, they wear their racism, or not racism, but they wear their hatred on their heart. You see it. Okay, watch this.
Feel like that's a little harsh. Obviously, like American, right? In America, but like my mom would agree with that comment. Like she would agree with that post. She would say like, lazy, like loud, rude.
Okay, now they keep saying lazy. You guys want to be under the thumb of colonial rule. right now. You guys don't want to be independent. Who is more lazier than Jamaicans? 60% of them voted in 2011 in a 2011 poll that they would rather be under colonial rule than govern themselves. Most of them are in there making no money in their country. Remember, I said in America, they would say they work hard. And then I would say, no, you are worked hard. Well, in Jamaica, they hardly work. So in America, they're not hard workers, they get worked hard. And in Jamaica, they're not hard workers, they hardly work. Okay?
All the negative connotations.
That's interesting. So let's explore that.
Yeah. That's
So,
really
All right, so now I'm going to play the full video from here.
interesting.
so underscore Black people.
That's really hard because you feel me, from America, like, you know, lazy, like loud, rude, all the negative connotations like you can think about when it comes to like like born and raised like African Americans. That's what my mom was gonna call them, right?
Yeah.
So why would she say that?
Because I don't like Jamaican, like Caribbean people. I don't even know if it's like a Caribbean thing or just like a Jamaican thing. But
Okay, you see that? She tried to pin these views on just her mother. And she tried to exclude herself. I don't feel like that. But then she said, I don't know if it's a Caribbean thing or a Jamaican thing, okay? So now she's including the entire country and almost all the Caribbean. So she didn't say, I don't know if it's just my mom thing, or she said, I don't know if this is a Caribbean thing or a Jamaican thing. So she extended this hatred and these harsh words to her entire country and possible to all of the Caribbean. Let's hear it one more time.
But people, I don't even know if it's like a Caribbean thing because I don't like Jamaican, like Caribbean people. I don't even know if it's like a Caribbean thing or just like a Jamaican thing. But we come here, well, my mom comes here and she's working, right? Like,
okay, you see this? Your mom came here as an illegal person. So your mom isn't working hard. She's getting worked hard, as I explained earlier. Okay, they're exploiting her because she's illegal. She has no rights.
Like she's like busting her butt. Her mom is here busting her butt, and like
now they act like they come over here without any assistance, without any government assistance. They act like they just come over here and start working and buying homes. I ask you guys this. Her mom came over here as an illegal person. Illegal. Did she come over here with 80K liquid? Okay, so that means she had to seek refuge somewhere. When she got off the banana boat, okay, let me show you the boat. Okay, so when she got off this boat right here, did she have a suitcase full of money? So that means that this boat pulled somewhere. It came to shore somewhere. So you went from wet feet to dry feet, and you're going somewhere. You're going to seek refuge. You got cash to buy a house or just rent somewhere. Well, you can't rent. You got no paperwork, and you can't buy a home. So how are you getting housing? Let's scratch our head. How are you getting housing? Oh, you're going to a neighbor's home? Okay. At some point, ain't your mom living on her own? So again, how is this happening with no paperwork? I smell government assistance somewhere. But listen to the tether. Listen to what she says next. Okay, she's really like her black stereotypes are like outdated. These are like the 90s stereotypes. Like, update your update your stereotypes if you're gonna be good at it.
like there's this, and I'm from New York, so like I don't know about anything going on like in the South, but like we're from New York, we come here and like a lot of people are like, you know, living on like government assistance and all the.
All right, so let's deal with that. We're on government assistance. Now, first of all, when you go to right now, if you go to get government assistance, let's say you go to get WIC or SNAP, the line is going to be full of immigrants, right? I'll just be nice and say that. The line, as you as an American finally have a hard time, lost your job, whatever, got some kids, and you want to get a quick, you know what I mean, a quick little snaps, you know what I mean, a little snap, not even welfare, so snap. You got a newborn, you dig, you know, job ain't really, you go get WIC. You're as an American citizen, you're behind all of these immigrants. The whole building is filled with immigrants. How do you know? Because the security guard, they're saying this, hey, if you guys are, you know, an immigrant or whatever, come over here, this line over here, because what they're going for is other stuff, right? That you're not going for. So let's talk about that. So illegals can't really receive government by way of federal assistance. But what they're going to lie about is that they can get government, local, and state assistance. It's just that the federal government won't rock with them. But state and local governments will assist them. Okay? So now, they can't get SNAP. They can't get TANF like that. But there are other food assistance out there that local and state governments provide for these illegals, and also there's other charities like the Red Cross and, you know, some Catholic churches that also there are phone numbers they can call that just, I mean, I can give you the list. It just like assistant like programs, right? Assistant programs, and they'll tell you who should call. Okay, this is for men, this is for women, this is for men with no kids, this is for abused women, and this is for immigrants, this is for illegal immigrants. It tells you before you even call. Okay, and also illegal immigrants can get public education. Ma'am, that's government. They can go to school. They can go to your high school, your middle school, your elementary school. So illegal immigrants can even get public education. So we're not going to let you lie and talk about public assistance as though it's a bad thing when the first immigrants in this country was getting public assistance. Now, we're also going to unlock why are Black folks even getting public assistance? Are we as lazy as this tether thinks we are? Or have we been locked out of the wealth ever since we came here? So don't worry, we're going to end this live with a bang, figuratively speaking.
Those type of things. So like there's that negative like connotation of like Black Americans don't want to work, they don't want to get to it, they don't want to like get ahead in life, and like
don't forget, she said, I don't know if this is a Caribbean way of looking at FBAs or is this solely just Jamaican. So this went far beyond her mother. All right, and where are they getting this from? How is the whole Caribbean? I mean, they're not even over here. Why are we on their minds? We're not even interacting. So it does not go both ways. We're not thinking about people who don't live here.
increase their generational wealth and stuff like.
So we don't want to increase our general wealth. So talking like this, this is dangerous. Okay. So this is one of those talking points where the Jewish people would say never again. Like they don't allow you to remotely repeat the rhetoric that stemmed from Germany. They will tag you immediately with being anti-Semitic. And sometimes they be trigger happy because they're so never forget that sometimes they be wrong. Or oftentimes they be wrong when they charge people with being anti-Semitic or anti-Semitism. So our word tether, I say we should use it like the Jews use anti-Semitic. Anything remotely close, any talking points any things you're saying about FBAs that was remotely close to those racist Southerners, racist slave masters, tether should be the word for you are anti-Semitic. You are anti-FBA. So tether, Tariq Nasheed, we're going to expand the definition. Has undermining us, putting roadblocks, getting our way, cosplaying. We're going to say being anti-FBA, trying to redirect us back into slavery, just like the Jewish people don't want that anti-Semitic rhetoric because that is what caused their Holocaust. Well, anti-FBA rhetoric was coming from the Klansmen, right, and other hateful whites after Black Reconstruction, and that led to the system of Jim Crow. So anti-Semitism led to the system, or ultimately to the Holocaust. Anti-FBAism led to passing laws, Jim Crow laws, to harm us, kill us, and deprive us from equal rights and keep us without wealth, without money. So for this tether to come on here and talk like this about us, she's erasing Jim Crow. She's erasing redlining, housing discrimination. She's erasing the civil rights movement. She's erasing the legacy of slavery. She's erasing our entire past and looking at us right now on. This is dangerous language here. This right here, this type of rhetoric, this leads to Jim Crow laws. This leads to slavery, chattel slavery.
That, and like also my mom, she will discuss like things like when Marcus Garvey like came to America to like, you know, speak to Black Americans and say like, listen, you guys cannot let white people oppress you because.
Okay, so she talked about Marcus Garvey coming over here to America to lecture Black folks. Okay, so now let's talk about Marcus Garvey. So Marcus Garvey came over here, right, about 1910, 1914. Now she says he came here, her mom teaches, the Caribbean teaches, Jamaica teaches, that Marcus Garvey came here to save Black folks. Ma'am, if Marcus Garvey came here to save Black folks, he wouldn't have went to New York. He would have took his goofy, lame ass to the Jim Crow South, where 97%, 90%, high 80%, however you want to do it. A large majority of us was in the Deep South. So if you wanted to save us from colonialism and white oppression, my boy, you don't go to New York, to Ellis Island. You go to Jim Crow, North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama. You want to save us, go there. Not to New York City. You're playing. We were in the Jim Crow South. Marcus Garvey knew, had he came with that Jamaican scam and stuff there, he would have been looking down from a tree. Okay? So miss me with that. Then he came here to, remember, get us out of the yoke of colonialism. Okay, cool. How is fleeing to Africa, to Liberia, getting out of colonialism? How's that solving it? Number 3, how are you going to get rid of the yoke of the white man from our neck when this is like 1914, 1920, when Jamaica didn't get their independence until 1962? So Garvey, my boy, Garvey, my boy, you are being colonized. You left Jamaica to come to America to defeat colonial rule while your country was being colonized. While you were the 20-1 fan favorite to win over colonialism. We are like 1 out of we are the reverse. It's 20-1 in favor of white supremacy over here. You guys are 20-1 favorites. We are the 21 underdogs. So first, how about you get the yoke off your neck? It should be a lot easier. You're 20-1. And then come over here and help us out. This guy literally left his colonial country to come over here and try to resolve our colonial issue. And he did it by wanting to flee without being on call with the Liberian government, Liberian president, because they made it very clear. Don't come here. None of y'all. Garvey or these foolish FBA people who are on board with him. Garvey is colonized in Jamaica at this time. Why didn't they flee to Liberia? Because they're being colonized too. So here we got Batman Garvey, Superman Garvey, all these fairy tales about Garvey. He's the new Santa Claus. They might as well do a cartoon about how Garvey's a superhero.
In Jamaica, Americans and say like, listen, you guys cannot to like when Marcus Garvey like came to America.
Let me not forget, Marcus Garvey did what Tethers do. He came over here. He defrauded FBAs and got locked up and deported. And guess what? Marcus Garvey did meet with the colonial clan, but his energy was off because he wasn't saying, hey, man, let my people go. That's not what he told the colonial clan. He said, yo, I got you. Let's do something together. Let's walk. How Tariq says it. Let's walk. Y'all some hardworking Americans and we're some hardworking Jamaicans. Let's walk. Let's walk together. He wanted to build an alliance with the Klan. He didn't come here to ask the Klan to let his people go from the Jim Crow South. All right. So this fake superhero tale is farce. Okay. The dude got locked up for scamming and he got deported. People like W. Du Bois, intellectuals, Black FBA intellectuals, ADOS intellectuals like W. Du Bois and A. Philip Randolph never rocked with Garvey. They wanted him deported from the time they met him, from the time they understood about his back to Africa plan. They started a campaign, which was called a campaign was called Garvey Must Go. They want him out of the country. They seen his scam from miles away back to Jamaica. A. Philip Randolph was an immigration restrictionist. He didn't want Germans immigrating over here. He didn't want Italians. He didn't want Chinese. And he damn sure also mentioned West Indians by name. He said the Negroes from the West Indies stay in the West Indies. Don't bring that fear-mongering weak colonial spirit over here. Stay where you are. So A. Philip Randolph never messed with Garvey because he was an immigration restrictionist. He didn't respect. He fled from his country to come over here and try to get us to flee from our country. He's over here trying to promote. This is A. Philip Randolph. He's trying to promote equal wages, equal rights. He was a civil rights activist, right? So that's what he was about. He wasn't about fleeing. When you're a civil rights activist, you don't flee. You stand your ground.
To speak to Black Americans and say like, listen, you guys cannot let white people oppress you, because in Jamaica, we revolted against our slave masters. Like we ran into the mountains, we created like nanny towns and stuff like that. So it's like, we kind of like we weren't taking it like slavery. We were not taking all that oppression. So there was, I think there's a lot there.
All right. So now remember that hate that she just tried to pin to her mom, that she said she didn't have it in her heart. You just heard it from her heart. And she extended that hate to all of the Caribbean and Jamaica. Okay, so now we rebelled, ma'am. How do you call a 20v1 a rebellion? You outnumber the white supremacists in your country 20-1. That's not a rebellion. You're supposed to have a coup. You're supposed to just took over. That's not a rebellion. You're 20v1 in your favor. Prize picks, I'm picking you. I would have lost money. So all this rebellion stuff, man, all that stuff didn't work because you didn't get independence until 1962. And when you got your independence by 1965, you were fleeing the country to never go back, creating brain drain and brain waste issues with yourselves and your people. Right? So that's the fact. That is the hardcore facts, not the lies and fairy tales you're telling. Trying to revise history is not going to work because Unbiased Sports is a master researcher. Okay? That's not going to work. Let's move on. So I want Tone to address that. What she just said. Okay, so now let me bring it back. Let me slow it down a little bit. Let's see how this works.
So when Vivek are talking, they are erasing slavery. I want you to think that every time you hear them talk, they are erasing you.
And every time you hear these tethers talk, they are erasing slavery as well. They are erasing us. They look at our current condition and they don't consider when America opened the borders, when we got our civil rights won, what they do. They open the borders right away. All of the immigrants who were restricted up until that time were no longer restricted. They were allowed to come over. They undermined us again. They never wanted us to okay, now we have equal rights, at least under the law. We're protected by federal government. Our rights are protected finally by force. Okay, let us thrive now. Let us live amongst ourselves and thrive. Nope. Here come the immigrants and they're going to live amongst you. Undermining us every time. But again, when you talk to Vivek's Elon Musk, like Tone said, but I extend it to almost all foreigners that come over here. They all erase our past. Slavery, Jim Crow, convict leasing, parchment farming, peonage, all of it, redlining, they erase housing discrimination, they erase all of that, and they look at us as we are today. Every time they talk, they erase our history.
You did not happen. For their argument to make sense.
For their argument to make sense, you didn't happen. All of what I said did not happen for this tether argument to make sense. This Jamaican tether, for her argument to make sense, all this stuff never happened. They have to erase our history for their argument to make sense. Listen.
Erasing you. You did not happen. For their argument to make sense, your life and your family's lives and the slavery and the Jim Crow and the slavery by another name, it did not happen. They did not sit on the sidelines in the marketplace.
It did not happen. They're trying to erase our history with these crazy talking points. Okay? Yo, we are literally by ourselves. Yo, these folks did not come here to build anything with us. All right. So last thing is this, because this is for the Nigerian guy played earlier. Oh, I'm an engineer. There's a shortage amongst FBAs with the field of engineers. Okay, here you go.
3.6% of Chinese non-migrants report having a college education, whereas 52.7% of Chinese immigrants in the U.S. report having a college degree. So what does that mean? That means that they come from the 3%.
Okay, so y'all Nigerians, y'all come from the 3% of intellectuals in your country. Like the Chinese and also the East Indians. Y'all come over here, y'all come from the 3% of your countries, like intellectuals, elite.
So now when they get here, you can't let them tell you that Chinese work hard. Of course, if you take the oppressive 3% and bring them here, they're going to look like they work hard. Bring over the other 97. Bring the dude doing the pit pat.
Okay, so you hear that, Tethers? Bring over the other 97. Bring that guy that I played earlier that got deported from the UK for burglary. Bring that guy over here and tell me how hard he works. This guy's in the UK committing burglaries. He's supposed to be working hard, walking hard. He's in the UK committing burglaries. It's a lazy piece of trash. Bring those corrupt politicians. Bring those bid madas over here. Bring those guys with the jackets. Bring your family. And let's see how hard y'all walk.
Put differently, Chinese migrants in the U.S. are 15 times more likely than their non-migrant counterparts in China to have a college degree. This hyperselectivity drives the perception that all Chinese are educated, smart, hardworking, and deserving.
So this hyperselectivity of you Nigerians that's in this country, I can't say hyper for Jamaicans because that's not your thing. But I say this hypo and high selectivity amongst the Jamaicans. Y'all don't represent your country. That doesn't reflect y'all hard work. Doesn't reflect your country, your countrymen. They are a bunch of lazy, sitting around doing nothing people. The majority are. So you take a small portion of y'all, small sample size, and y'all try to say, look how hard we work. Look how smart we work. Look how smart we are. We are engineers. We go to college. That's a small percentage of y'all. The bulk of y'all are corrupt, criminals, scammers.
Among the Chinese second generation, the proportion of college graduates is 61%, compared to only 32% among non-Hispanic whites of native-born parentage, and compared to like 15.
Okay. All right. So now, let's talk about Ellis Island, right? Because we hear a lot of Black immigrants. They bring up Ellis Island all the time. I didn't know much about Ellis Island until recently, until a couple days ago. I said, you know what? Let me look into this. All right. Because that's not my history. Like, we didn't do that. But let's look at it. Let's look at it. Let's look at it. Let's look at it. Come on, stat bot. Read this for me.
Another notable group of arrivals to New York in the 1920s was African Americans. Between 1917 and 1925, 200,000 African Americans moved to New York. They were part of the river of humanity flowing northward from 1916 to 1970, now known as the Great Migrati.
Okay. Well, really, the Great Migration. All right. So, 200,000 Blacks between 1917 and 1925 migrated to the north, to New York. So when Garvey came, he's meeting these guys. He's meeting these guys who are seeking a better life, right? They are getting to the education, the better institutions, things like that. But they're spread out. Now, this 200,000 only made up 4.7% of New York. Garvey. I believe at this time there were like 20 million FBAs. So my boy, if you're coming to free us, if you're coming, and by the way, when he met with the Klan, he didn't say, let my people go, because he's supposed to be Moses. He said, let's walk together. So my boy, if you're coming to free us, you don't go to 200,000. That's already in their mind free, because they left the racist Jim Crow South, the dangerous, murderous Jim Crow South. So in their mind, they're free, right? Why didn't you go to the 20 million so-called African Americans? Why did you go to those who already believed they were freed in a sense? Anyway, the Great Migration. What is that? Stat bot. Come on. tell us what the Great Migration is.
The Great Migration refers to the large-scale movement of African Americans from the rural South to urban areas in the North and West of the United States, primarily between 1916 and 1970, driven by the desire to escape racial violence, pursue better economic opportunities, and access greater educational options under the oppressive Jim Crow laws of the South. This migration significantly altered the demographics of major cities like Chicago, Detroit, New York, and Philadelphia.
Okay. So
The Great Migration,
no,
1910 to 1970.
Relax. You're doing too much. Stat bot. Thank you. Okay. So what happened? Driven by the desire to escape racial violence. That's the South, Garvey. That's the South. Racial violence. Better economic opportunities, because ain't much going on over there, bro. A lot of agriculture and labor work. You and that banana boat sidestepped that. Y'all went to New York. The Industrial Revolution. Driven by the desire, I read that, and access greater educational options under the oppressive Jim Crow laws of the South. Oh, it said the South. Tiffany, you heard that? It said the oppressive Jim Crow laws of the South. And we're talking about Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina. We're talking about states like that. All right. Okay. So now let's go further. Watch this.
According to available data, an estimated 100,000 Black migrants from the Caribbean, considered synonymous with West Indians, were living in the United States by 1930, with a significant portion arriving during the 1920s, primarily settling in areas like New York, South Florida, and Massachusetts. This wave of migration was largely due to opportunities with the United Fruit Company, which facilitated travel from the Caribbean to Boston.
Fruit Company, South Florida. Oh, South Florida, the bottom of Florida. Okay. So we're getting somewhere.
West Indians moved to South Florida in the 1920s for a number of reasons, including economic opportunities, labor shortages, and the expansion of the fruit harvesting industry. The U.S. economy was expanding.
The fruit harvesting industry. What's that?
The fruit harvesting industry is a labor-intensive sector of agriculture that involves picking, packing, and transporting fruit. It's a vital part of the food economy, supplying fresh fruit to food processors and manufacturers.
A labor-intensive sector of agriculture. Let's go. So now, Marcus Garvey, did he arrive in New York illegally or legally? These West Indians. How many of you guys came here legally? Because it said 200,000 Black folks and it said 100,000 West Indians. Half of you guys came to New York. Sidestepped the Jim Crow violent South, and you went to the soft East Coast, Northeast Coast, like I called it, Tiffany. That's what it was compared to the Jim Crow South. They said the violent Jim Crow South. They didn't say violent Ellis Island.
Yes, some West Indians did illegally arrive in America during the 1920s, often by stowing away on ships or jumping ship, particularly in major ports like Boston, as immigration laws became increasingly restrictive, especially with the Immigration Act of 1924, which limited quotas based on nationality, effectively making it harder for non-European immigrants to enter legally.
Okay, so that's why I said I don't even believe Garvey came legally. They had restricted laws against themselves. When you just seen 1924, they don't have Black folks in their mind right now. Neither do they have Mexicans. They got Europeans in their mind. I didn't even think Chinese folks were considered at this point. This was just Europeans. Like, yo, we are restricting Europeans from Europe from coming. They ain't even thinking about West Indies or Africa. They're not even thinking about anybody dark. No Haitians, nobody like that. Okay. Oh, okay. Now, let's go into the wealth gap. So I came across a video with an Indian woman going hard in the paint, explaining the wealth gap. She did a great job with the timeline, all the way from the abolishing of slavery all the way till now. So don't let these tethers talk about now and why we're not working on welfare as though this whole thing wasn't systematic. I'm going to show you clips of how detailed the systematic racism, like the receipt just is there. The receipts are just there. Like you'll be a fool and you'll just be anti-FBA. What Tether is, if you're from the diaspora or the continent of Africa and you have these ill views about us, you're a tether. And you would have to just be a tether to deny the receipts I'm about to drop on you.
Picture this. It's 1950 and the Smiths, a white family from New York, want to buy a new home in the suburbs for what would be about $62,000 in today's money. Now, meet the Johnsons. They're a black family who also dreams of buying a new home in this neighborhood. The Smiths apply for a bank loan and are quickly approved. The loan was backed by the federal government to boot. The Johnsons apply for a similar loan, but are rejected because banks will only lend to white Americans. While the Smiths begin moving in, the Johnsons can't find a realtor who will show them homes in the Smiths neighborhood, even if they wanted to pay in cash. The Johnsons then try their luck in a predominantly black neighborhood. They're denied a loan again because the federal government refuses to back black buyers anywhere. Picture this.
Okay, so Tethers, did y'all consider that? Deliberately being locked out of wealth. Deliberately being locked out of wealth. So that's why I say when they talk that
Flash
stuff.
forward to the year 2000.
So when they talk about that stuff, you got to think about what they're doing. Like they're doing more than just talking shit and trolling. They are disrespecting the lineage to the worst degree. They're erasing our past, and language like that amongst the white supremacists with power and legislation. Talking like that, white supremacy feel like, hey, we got an ally. Let's FBAs. Okay, you want to delineate? All right, well, let's delineate. Let's put your ass back in, and only you, back in some Jim Crow states. This is dangerous tether talk.
The Smiths have paid off their home that's now appreciated in value up to $149,000. The Johnsons, on the other hand, had to rent for the past 2 generations. While the Smiths built wealth and passed it down to their grandkids, the Johnsons never saw a return on their rent.
This is not an isolated incident. Scenarios like this have been plaguing Black Americans for generations, and it's only getting worse. Today, Black families have a median net worth of $17,150. Compare that to white families, who have a worth nearly 10 times as much at $171,000.
Flash forward to the year 2000.
Okay, so locked out of wealth deliberately, and we got tethers coming over here looking at us, ignoring all of what we just seen and saying, you guys need to walk. Let's keep it going.
On average, every additional dollar a white family earns grows to about $5.19 in wealth. Black families see a negative return of about 69 cents, which means they lose wealth over time. And the racial wealth gap is widening in the United States. On average, every additional dollar a white family earns grows to about $5.19 in wealth. Black families see a negative return of about 69 cents, which means they lose wealth over time. And the racial wealth gap is widening in the United States. On average.
Good point, MC Fact. It's not a migration for us. Like, this is our country. Like, we have access to these are called the United States. So that's like one person from Europe going from one city to the next city, or this state to that state. That's not migrating. That's moving from New York City or to California. That's from moving from Atlanta to Texas. That's not migration. All of this you can do as a U.S. citizen. All right, you're still in your homeland. So that's slick little language. All right. So now, let's go.
Secure banking and low-cost credit are two of the most basic means of building wealth. Here's how that works. Banks take in deposits. They keep that money safe and accessible to their depositors. Then they loan that money out and charge interest on it, therefore making a profit. People can make money by depositing money into a bank, getting a loan from the bank, using that loan to build equity through buying property or starting a business, and then building their wealth from those endeavors.
But Black Americans have been denied fair access to banking to build wealth.
Secure banking and
So we've been denied deliberately, exclusively from building wealth. All right, let's go.
Near the end of the American Civil War, President Abraham Lincoln agreed to establish a settlement that would include 40 acres of land and a mule for each newly emancipated family. After Lincoln's assassination, President Andrew Johnson thought formerly enslaved people should work to buy their own land instead.
What?
Remember that thing about needing some wealth in order for it to grow? Well, President Johnson took all that away, denying them the capital they needed to start building wealth. So instead of 40 acres and a mule, the Freedmen's Savings Bank was established.
Here's why that was a problem. A bank must secure deposits and offer loans to the depositor in order to build wealth, and the Freedmen's Bank was explicitly not a lending bank. It was made to hold people's deposits and not multiply it through the yields of a loan.
Near the end of the American Civil War, President Abraham Lincoln agreed.
Okay, so again, every time we get some wealth to level up, the wealth gets stripped from us. So we were deprived of wealth during chattel slavery. So we generated massive wealth for this country and we didn't reap any of it. So Abraham Lincoln, in an attempt to reconcile a little bit of that, say, all right, let's start them off with some wealth. The wealth they generated as we enslaved them ain't comparable to what I'm about to give them, but it's a start. So he gave us some wealth. He said 40 acres and a mule. And then the next guy comes and say, nah. So again, they take the wealth from us and say, no, start from scratch. Start from your bootstraps. But the Europeans, the Northern Europeans, Western Europeans, Southern Europeans, Eastern Europeans, when they came over here, they didn't start from scratch with their bootstraps. They were given land grants and other incentives to level up. Free education how to farm, okay, subsidies. Nobody came here and went the bootstrap route besides us. And guess what? If some illegals came over here with the bootstraps, because we know they could get assistance as well. But let's say an illegal came with the bootstraps. Well, good for you. But one difference, nobody took it from you over and over and over and kept saying start over. That's what kept happening to us. We bootstrapped, got it from the mud, and they took it. Start over. We bootstrapped, got it from the mud, and they took it over and over and over, all the way till now. Okay, now let her cook. Let her cook. Let her cook.
Still, the bank was so successful that in 10 years it handled $75 million That's 1.5 billion in today's money.
That much money proved too tempting for its white finance chairman, who secretly invested deposits in high-risk enterprises.
He's taking.
The bank had been heavily advertised to be a low-risk savings bank, not an investment bank. This lie was the newest example of black capital being used to benefit white people.
Undermining.
The risky loans eventually failed, and in 1874, the Freedmen's Bank closed its doors, wiping out $3 million of hard-earned black savings with it. W.E.B. Du Bois said at the time that another decade of slavery wouldn't have damaged black wealth as much as the Freedmen's Bank collapse did.
Okay, you see that? So again, we got it from the mud, and here go the white man undermining and saying, start over, Negro. Start over, FBA. This is not your history, Tethers. This has never happened to you. You've been left alone to do what you want to do. And you guys, what you end up doing? Creating corrupt governments, mutilating women's clitoris, child PDF institutions. Jamaica, 89%, second highest in the world brain drain. Jamaicans, 60% saying, yo, we'd rather be under Zaddy. We don't want independence. Jamaica, under Zaddy, lowest murder rate in the world. Jamaica, Zaddy leaves, highest murder rate in the world. Jamaica is literally the world's Chicago. Jamaica is the world's Chicago. Okay, if Chicago, the city, is in the minor leagues, then Jamaica's in the major leagues. If Chicago is the G League, the city, then Jamaica is the NBA. All right, but she ain't done cooking, because listen to her timeline, her receipts of timeline. This is amazing how she did this one. I wrote her. I had to give her props. I said, sis, you did your thing on this one. Her timeline is sharp. She showed you how we just kept getting stripped and stripped and stripped, locked out of the wealth. An organized plan, a conspiracy, what they would call it. RICO, right? Ain't that a RICO? Because it's still doing it. American government. Ain't that still RICO? It's still doing it. Okay. Here we are.
For decades after the disaster,
Homestead,
African Americans distrusted the banking system. The few banks that would take their deposits wouldn't loan money to them, effectively using African American money to build more white wealth. So, whilst white people bought homes and started businesses and watched their wealth grow, black people's capital was once again exploited and lay stagnant. But then, at the turn of the century, black Americans decided to build their own wealth. And this time, do it on their own terms by establishing black banks.
Out the mud again.
From 1900 to 1930, about 130 black-owned banks were formed.
Black Wall
But these
Street.
banks could only succeed as much as segregation allowed them to. Black depositors generally had lower balances and withdrew money more frequently than their white counterparts.
For decades after the disaster, African Americans.
This meant that black banks had less capital on hand, which made it
She
harder
out here cooking better than Kyra.
to lend. Without enough lending, economic mobility in black communities was stunted. Black banks were very separate.
Let me get that back. Let's run that back.
This meant that black banks had less capital on hand, which made it harder to lend. Without enough lending, economic mobility in black communities was stunted. Black banks were very separate, very unequal, and most didn't survive the Great Depression. Through the rest of the century, one of the most common ways Americans held and grew wealth was by owning property. As a result, it's no surprise homeowners' median net worth is now 80 times bigger than renters. Hefty government subsidies have played a huge part in creating a once strong middle class, but Black Americans have largely been left out. This meant that Black banks had less.
Okay, so you can see it's all about lending. So the first Freedmen Bureau Bank back in the 1800s, right, late 1800s, it was a savings bank. It wouldn't lend, right? So now lending is where it's at, is what we're learning.
One of the best examples of this comes from President Franklin Roosevelt's New Deal program designed to build back American wealth after the Great Depression. It was 1934, and the Federal Housing Administration had just been created to insure home loans.
Would the FHA guarantee that mortgages would be covered even if homeowners couldn't pay? Banks could make out loans without fear of losing money. This was one of the biggest wealth-building measures of the century. Historians have gone so far as to call it white affirmative action. Purposefully and critically, it left out Black Americans.
The federal government didn't just insure mortgages anywhere. They published risk maps where the least desirable, riskiest areas were colored in red. Risk was completely determined by race. The more Black residents in a neighborhood, the more risky. One of the best examples.
Okay, so it's funny because Tethers, they come over here and they try to demonize assistance when none of them do anything without assistance, right? Unless you come over here like Vivek, all you guys experience some type of government assistance, but they would shun it when it comes to us. So with us, they will talk about assistance is the worst thing ever. But the New Deal, it was nicknamed white affirmative action. Looking back, the New Deal, that's all white folks know is assistance. Slavery was assistance. Jim Crow for the South was assistance. That's all they know. But for us, assistance, no. So obviously in this country, assistance is needed to as a stepping stone for you to level up. But again, Tethers come over here and try to talk down on assistance because you know why? They want us to start all over. Get it from the mud. Get it from the mud. So assistance, when you have assistance, you're not in the mud just yet. But the goal for all these haters, these Tethers, these racists, they want us to start all over and get it from the mud. They don't want us to have any leverage. No step up.
This practice, called redlining, meant that residents of mostly Black neighborhoods were denied housing loans and therefore the opportunity to buy property. Black families like the Johnsons were also shut out of mostly white neighborhoods for fear that their purchase would flip the neighborhood to risky. Even though housing discrimination was outlawed by the Fair Housing Act of 1968, Black people today still face unequal barriers to housing by way of denied home loans and undervalued properties.
Black Americans still face exploitative financial conditions, whereas white Americans have a better chance to build wealth. In the system, reasonable loans and low-cost credit options are made available to white communities, whereas predatory and higher-risk loans and credit is offered to Black communities.
All right, so at this point, some of us know where these dots are. She's connecting the dots, and some of us know what is painting at this point. Okay, and this is what Tethers are mad at. This is where some white folks are mad at. This undeniable history of white society intentionally locking out FBAs exclusively out of wealth. Okay, sabotaging, taking it outright, discriminating, all these efforts to keep us broke, to keep us without owning something. Okay, so this is what Tethers are mad at. Now she drew a timeline from the abolishing of slavery, President Abraham Lincoln, and look where we are now. She's almost in modern era. So she by herself has shown some type of receipts, some paper trail from this country, my fault, from this country, intentionally locking out FBAs from wealth. So you think this is supposed to just go underneath the rug and we just keep it moving, start from the mud today? So when you hear these tethers say, hey man, I got a degree in engineering and guess what? Ain't too many FBAs in that school. It's a lot of tethers there. Or my mom had to work double as hard as you. Okay. Just know that they are purposely, some don't know, some are purposely ignoring this history. But don't worry, because at some point, the check will be cut. My lifetime, my son's lifetime, his son. But guess what? I want you guys to be here, tethers, so we can. Oh, that's gonna be the biggest flex ever. Y'all sitting here thirsty as hell, and we just flexing on you. That's gonna be the biggest flex when those checks are cut, and you over there looking from the ruts.
Take the subprime mortgage loans of the 1990s. Subprime loans were intended for borrowers who had less than prime credit assets or income. These loans had high interest rates that got very expensive very fast. They were also discriminately being sold to black borrowers, even though many qualified for prime loans. Between 1993 and 1998, high-cost subprime loans were 5 times more likely in black neighborhoods than white ones. And when the housing market crashed in 2008, black Americans lost more than half of their wealth. Sound familiar? A home in a mostly black neighborhood is still undervalued by $48,000 on average compared to an almost identical home in a mostly white neighborhood. That's $156 billion in lost equity across all black-owned homes in the US.
156 billion lost equity. That's supposed to be in our black pockets, our FBA pockets. Gone. $156 billion is gone because of white supremacists and white supremacy, the institution of white supremacy in this country. We're out of $156 billion just off the discrimination, the housing discrimination. Just off the housing discrimination, we are approximately estimately down $156 billion. And you guys are talking trash. All right. Y'all better hope like hell these checks are not cut in my lifetime. Shit. Stunting like my, how that song go by stunting like my daddy. Shit, man. I mess around and get a Jamaican tattoo on the back of my head to troll y'all.
When it comes to banking, expensive penalties for having low balances or withdrawing frequently means that nearly half of the black population is unbanked or underbanked, leaving them prime targets for check cashers and payday lenders. As it turns out, it's really expensive being poor. Exploitation of black capital, breaching contracts, redlining, Jim Crow laws have undoubtedly created a racial wealth gap.
Jim Crow.
But these tactics have done much worse than impact black wallets. When it comes to banking, expensive penalties.
Okay, so that's what Jim Crow laws were doing. All right, all this white supremacy was designed to handicap us forever to this day. Deontay Wilder. Hold on, almost done. We're almost done. 3 more videos and we are out of here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna upload this. I'm gonna go live and re-air this on my other channel. So subscribe to my other channel. I put it in the chat. It's in the chat. Subscribe to that channel. I'm going to re-air this right away on that channel. If you can, come there, watch it all over. This is good information. You're not going to remember all this. It's a lot to unpack. So watch all over. What I'm going to do, I'm watching all over again with you. come there, support, interact in the chat, let family know who you are, because we got a serious threat from all sides. We are literally by ourselves right now, and that's dangerous.
Of poverty and violence emerges when you look at the history of the places where recent police killings and uprisings have happened.
The Minneapolis neighborhood where George Floyd was killed. The Staten Island neighborhood where Eric Garner was killed. The Baltimore neighborhood where Freddie Gray was killed. All these areas were once deemed hazardous and redlined in risk assessment maps. The federal government intended to keep these redline neighborhoods poor and heavily policed, widening the wealth gap even further.
So where do we go from here? Let's start by thinking about equality under the law as a legal contract. And then let's acknowledge that that contract has been breached. When contracts are breached, settlements need to be made. A pattern of...
When contracts are breached, settlements must be made. So you see where we're going with this. Oh, this is a Tethers nightmare right here.
Academics, activists, and even some politicians agree and are calling for reparation. Beginning in 1989, Democrats started introducing bills to study reparations, which would include a formal apology from the government and compensation to descendants.
Oh, yeah.
Reparations are not unheard of to Americans.
Descendants of whom? Descendants of slavery.
Compensation to descendants. Reparations are not unheard of to Americans, and they can come in many forms.
In 1988, the government paid $20,000 to every living survivor of the Japanese internment camps, and Native Americans have seen reparations, albeit to a much lesser extent as well.
Were those handouts, again, like all they do, listen, ignore it. None of that stuff bothers me. It's like, okay, it doesn't bother Tariq Nasheed and a lot of folks who support him on this channel. Y'all could say handouts, y'all could say lazy, all y'all want. All we say is cut the check. You dig? However you want to call it, cut the check.
Well,
reparations for descendants of slavery could look like compensations for wages lost or discriminatory practice. It could be a more holistic approach that would see a bolstering of community growth. Academics, activists, and even some politicians.
Speaking of academics, nobody listening to me should be subscribed to that clown, that tether. Okay?
Since so much discrimination has occurred around housing, one solution could be creating a down payment assistance fund, real money that could appreciate through home ownership. The government could also fully fund childcare, allowing more black parents to stay in the workforce. Evidence shows this would create economic benefits to the state and federal governments in turn. Win-win. Wiping out student loan debts and cash bail systems, or creating business grants for startups, these could all be forms of reparations. And it doesn't have to stop with the government. Some private banks and universities with a history of enslaving black people have set up college scholarship funds to start chipping away at their wrongdoing. Since so much discrimination has occurred around housing, one solution could be creating a down payment assistance fund.
Okay, so there you have it, man. Even, East Indians know what's due to us, but Tethers somehow act like, and white supremacists act like, we don't understand, don't care, you don't need to understand. Get out the way. Or stay in the way, doesn't matter. Cut the check. So, keep going to Ellis Island. Keep avoiding the smoke, which you heard, the violent Jim Crow South. That's what made us. What made us who we are was experiencing the violent Jim Crow South. You can't relate. You're not like us. It's okay. It's okay. You went to Ellis Island. We were in the violent Jim Crow South. You know nothing about that. Garvey wanted no smoke with that, and none of you tethers wanted any smoke with the Jim Crow South. We were there. We were there. You dig? So you know how we say the hood today, from the hood, and that makes a different type of person. Well, we should now forever say, I'm from the South. I got Southern roots. Matter of fact, I'm from the Jim Crow South. Let's say it like that. You got folks from the South. I'm from the Jim Crow South. With that being said, I'm out of here. Hey, everybody. I put my other channel in the chat. Go subscribe to that. Go there now. I'm going to be airing this again there right now. I think I did a great job with this video. I think I started at 5 a.m. I think I did a great job presenting this live. Peace.
The term baby mama originated in Jamaican Creole as baby mother and was first printed in the Kingston newspaper, the Daily Gleaner, in 1966. It was later formed in African American vernacular English and popularized in the 2000s. The exact origin is disputed, but it may have been influenced by the same term in Jamaican English or grammatical similarities between dialects. The Sex Offenders Registry in Jamaica, established under the Sexual Offenses Act, 2009 and operational since July 2014, is managed by the Department of Correctional Services 1. It mandates registration upon conviction for specified sexual offenses, with offenders being monitored for at least 10 years. However, despite its structured approach, the registry remains confidential, accessible only to certain individuals and organizations with a legitimate interest. Advocates for making the registry public argue that it would empower citizens to make informed decisions about their interactions, thereby enhancing community safety. They believe that the secrecy of the registry leaves victims and potential victims unprotected. Furthermore, public access to the registry would promote transparency and ensure that convicted offenders are adequately monitored. However, opponents of a public registry argue that it could lead to vigilantism and further stigmatization of offenders who have served their sentences. The National Security Minister, Dr. Horace Chong, has directed his ministry's legal team to review existing legislation to determine whether it allows for wider sharing of information on convicted sex offenders.
So you're saying to me that it's literally since 2011 that it was reformed, since 1992?
Since 1992,
so before that, the man was a rape on a galang. And nothing happened.
I wouldn't necessarily put it that way.
I saw me that put it though.
I wouldn't necessarily put it that way. What I put it as is that the government saw a problem and they took the necessary step to make the necessary changes.
Them tiptoe. But anyways, I digress. Okay, so now let's talk about it's basically the Sex Offenders Act, right, but then you were saying that the registry. So the registry started in 2011 as well?
So the legislation was officially enacted in 2011, but the Sex Offenders Registry itself was officially set up, as in physically, in 2014. So it's being managed by the Commissioner of Corrections.
Okay. So you're saying to me that it's literally since 2011 I can't ever want to access the Sexual Offenders Registry like it is in other countries around the world?
Well, the names that are placed on the registry, sexual offences registry, are in fact private and confidential. But I think for good reason, because we have to bear in mind that even though someone is convicted of a sexual offense, they still have to meaningfully contribute to society. And it may be a situation where they're placed on the list and unable to get work or a meaningful job or schools. Or I think, you understand what I'm saying?
No. I'm going to be real with you because to me, I can't everyone access the sexual offenders registry like it is in other countries around the world.
Well, the names that are placed on the registry, sexual offences registry, are in fact private and confidential, but I think for good reason, because we have to bear in mind that even though someone is convicted of a sexual offense, they still have to meaningfully contribute to society. And it may be a situation where they're placed on the list and unable to get work or a meaningful job or schools. Or I think, you understand what I'm saying?
No. I'm going to be real with you because to me, I can't everyone access the sexual offenders registry like it is in other countries around the world.
Well, the names that are placed on the registry, sexual offences registry, are in fact private and but cultural differences too.
Okay.
It might be a situation where somebody may just easily access the list, see that this person was convicted of, say, child molestation or a child rape allegation that, well, it's no longer allegation if they're convicted. And then they see them and attack them in the streets. It can't be fair to them. That's double punishment. So,
okay.
So
you say your main concern about it being public is the fact that persons may be harmed.
That is one of them.
Yeah. But do you think it's fair then?
It can be, and also it can lead to reputational damage as well.
Do you not think that's deserving though? Like because you gave this person trauma.
Show significant variations across different countries, often reflecting deeper societal issues. In countries like Jamaica and Nigeria, paternity fraud rates are alarmingly high, with estimates of 34.6% and 30%, respectively. In contrast, countries like Canada and the United Kingdom report much lower rates of 2.8% and 1.6%, highlighting the stark global discrepancies. These numbers indicate that while paternity fraud is a universal issue, it is more prevalent in certain parts of the world. Various factors contribute to these discrepancies, including cultural norms, economic pressures, and the accessibility of DNA testing. In many African nations, for instance, societal expectations and financial dependencies can make it more common for women to conceal the true paternity of their children. This is evident in cases like that of a Zambian nurse, Elizabeth Bwalyamua, who admitted on her deathbed to swapping 5,000 babies over a 12-year period. Such instances, though extreme, underline the societal challenges contributing to higher paternity fraud rates in certain regions.
Yo, Jamaica, right? I learned this in university still. I actually did a course on this. And I saw it being circulated around social media. So Jamaica has the highest paternity fraud in the world with 34.6%. I learned this in first year university, right? So basically what they're saying is that I be a jacket. I just be a jacket I give away. Y'all
have some tailored jackets too.
Yeah, you have some well-tailored jackets too.
Not lying.
But yeah, so basically like a lot of men are taking care of children that are not their own.
Unbeknownst to them.
But I feel like you see it a lot. Yo, there was an article, you remember the man and him did have like 5 or 7 pitney.
and him find out say no, them have 7 picnic, and him find out say 5 a jacket.
Yeah.
And after something like the uncle or something like that. Yeah, but this and him yeah. But
wow, it's crazy.
what you do as a man? So yo.
Jamaica may have a higher rate than other places. Jamaica may have a higher rate than other places, but in any country, especially in America, there are a high number of people who are taking care of children who are not from their bloodline, to say the least, right? And in Jamaican culture, jacket is a thing that is almost, how would you say, accepted, praised in certain circles, and it's just a part of the culture that's just normal to a certain extent, no matter how dysfunctional it is, because you basically have a situation where the man taking care of the children, taking care of the child, or the one registered as a legal guardian, or the person who thinks it's their child, is not the father of the child. Women do it for numerous reasons. Some is just a mix-up where there's just too much, what do you call it, promiscuity, and you have others where it's a strategic thing where Jamaica may have a higher rate than other places.
Talking about the domestic abuse part of it, Jamaica already have a high domestic abuse rate, right? And a lot of these domestic abuse are based on the speculation that the man is caught up in paternity fraud. Remember, we say speculation, you know. So imagine if the speculation of you getting a jacket, seen, or getting, for others who don't fully understand the jacket thing, getting a child that is not yours. If most of the men speculate this and start abuse them women, what will they do when they actually find out that this is not theirs? So how crazy it be? And talking about the domestic abuse.
Yo, I could see none of y'all. I could see all y'all was saying who I was wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong. When I sent you that phone number, I see none of y'all were interested in correcting me. Okay. I do notice that. Okay, look, echo. All right, it's late. I'm winding down, but before I get off, let me share my screen. Before I get off, let me share my screen. Like I said, I see y'all was running y'all mouth in that chat. But one thing y'all did not do is ask for that phone number. Yeah, I know more Jamaican history than y'all. I know more American history than y'all. And I guarantee you, I know more Nigerian history than an average Nigerian. Okay. And next on my list is Sudan, Somalia. Y'all next. Okay, I'm gonna research y'all and then y'all done. But Jamaica is a shithole. Nigeria is a shithole. Okay, 2 shitholes. And tomorrow I'll be back live. I'll probably be live in the morning. I was live all day today. I want a challenge. That's why I showed you, brother Reggie, Tiffany. I got other recorded challenges. That's what I do. I invite challenges. I want to make examples out of y'all. So when y'all say, nah, don't waste your time with Tethers, be quiet. Our people need to see this. Okay? Because some FBs out there are in denial and some just unaware. And they need to see a beatdown. They need to see the Caribbean argument. They need to see the continental African argument. And they need to see our argument all together in the same space. So stop being scared. Oh, don't talk to them. No, I'm going to talk to them. You know why? Because they need some straightening. And our people are going to benefit. So anyway, this is my main channel right here. So this is the channel I usually have these debates on, or I invite guests. So I advise you guys just go ahead and type in Unbiased Ron podcast, and my name will come up. Click subscribe. And like I said, most of my interviews with these people usually be on this channel. This channel right here, FBA Defensive Unit, this is right here where I promote, information about us. Sometimes I do Tariq Nasheed. Sometimes I do Yvette Carnell and Tone Talks because I'm ADOS, I'm FBA, I'm also American Freedmen. That's another group out there that's campaigning for reparations. And you got emancipated persons. We're all that because all of that means is that all of them are defining themselves as a lineage starting from American slavery of African slaves. So whether they got different acronyms doesn't matter. They're all describing us. They're all describing the same lineage. Just like Negro is a different term from colored, colored is a different term from African American, African American is a different term from Afro and Black American, but they're all describing the same people. It's the same with ADOS, FBA, American Freedmen, emancipated persons. Don't let these tethers cause confusion and division amongst us because they can't defeat us. So they want us to defeat ourselves. So they're going to sit there and ask you about ADOS. They're going to sit there and ask you about American freedmen or the indigenous people of this land. Don't fall for that. You let them argue them, but don't fall for that. Anybody who say the FBA, ADOS, or got authentic claims to reparations, do not let them cause division amongst us. What we got to do is stay on code. Stop falling for the damn biscuits. Some of you guys are too eager to debate amongst yourselves. No, my 2025 goal is to not get into any quarrels with my family and my lineage. So I'm leading by example. I'm on code. I got one focus, and that's on the ops. Any white supremacists, any tethers, and by the way, all Black people of Africa are not tethers. So we got to stop that. All Black people of the Caribbean are not tethers. All Hispanics are not tethers. Tethers it's a specific definition that is not remixed. We can expand to it like I did, and I said we should use it as a way to show anti-FBAism, like anti-Semitism. But that's it. But the original definition is it's a verb. It's action based. So that means that a non-FBA will have to do an action to become a tether. And the action is normally undermining us, downplaying what we're about, being in our way, setting roadblocks. If they do that, they're tether. If they don't do it, they just who they are. So let's say if a Chinese person is not in our way at all, okay, he's not a supporter or op. He just Chinese. But let's say if that Chinese person is in our way, he's an op. But let's say if he's helping signal boost our message, then he's an ally. So we got to get our chickens in order. But again, Unbiased Ron podcast, go ahead and subscribe to that one. The Cash App is pinned to the top. Anybody who got a little extra something that felt like they were entertained for the most part, they felt like a lot of information is being dropped. And believe me, that's light. I got hella videos. I got hella all I do is read and research all day. That's why they don't call in. They know better. Yeah, so if y'all felt like the information was valuable, then go ahead and leave a donation, Cash App. But again, you don't have to because your viewership is valuable in itself. Your viewership, by you showing up and listening, right? Just showing up, your viewership is worth a lot. So never think because you don't send a Cash App that you're not appreciated. Your viewership is just as important than a physical Cash App donation. So you don't ever got to send anything. As long as you just pull up, like the video, that's enough. You dig? So anyway, I'll be back live on this channel, Unbiased Ron, most likely in the morning. So yeah, pull up, see what I got going on. You dig? We out. Thank you again. Love to my lineage. Love to those who support and ride with the lineage. And I got nothing but disgust for anybody, any op. Any questions about the lineage, just call in tomorrow. Ask for the phone number and call in. It's a couple people in the chat running their mouth until I gave them the option, like, yo, you want the phone number? And they all declined. Because we know tethers are stupid. We know that. And they gotta lie. They gotta lie just to have a conversation. They're stupid. Prove me wrong tomorrow. Call in. Hey man,